Week 7 readings. In Unit 7, we will explore how technological and global disruptions, such as AI advancements and geopolitical shifts, are reshaping industries and the workforce. As businesses face these challenges, developing long-term strategies that incorporate both sustainability and risk management becomes essential. This unit will guide you in analyzing how these disruptions impact corporate decision-making and global strategies, while emphasizing the importance of integrating sustainability into business operations. You will also assess how these shifts influence employment trends, social welfare systems, and the need for innovative policies to navigate uncertain futures. Unit Objectives. CO2. Strategic planning in technology-driven industries. Develop long-term strategies that leverage technological advancements. CO4. Sustainability and risk management. Explore strategies for integrating sustainability considerations into risk assessment and management processes. CO6. Strategic decision-making under uncertainty. Examine the strategies for mitigating risks and leveraging opportunities in the global marketplace. Disruption in business environments, a framework and case evidence. Abstract. Disruption in business environments is an opaque phenomenon. While roots seem to lay in technology, the tentacles and symptoms extend to economics, sociology, and even politics and ideology. The article defines disruption as SA system violating force. It then identifies two domains of disruption, generic and functional, with the generic being a force or a bundle of forces that cut across systems and reconfigure constituent elements. The functional is seen as a system attribute. This could be economic, political, technological, or socio-cultural. This is followed by case evidence citing artificial intelligence, blockchain, Belt and Road Initiative, WeChat, as well as fintech as illustrations of one segment of disruption or the other. The paper contributes to the field of strategic management with the focus on the role of disruption in environmental analysis and scanning. 1. The problem. Disruption is one of those opaque phenomena that could mean different things to different people. While roots of business disruption seem to lie in technology, the tentacles and symptoms extend to economics, sociology, and even politics and ideology. Tales of disruptive technology innovations and breakthroughs in variety of products and markets are abound. Social media is also viewed as a disruptive force. Quirks of the global political scene are, more frequently than not, labeled as disruptive. All in all, the entire business-related disruption concept is assuming a wide scope and an ever-widening spectrum. And that brings forward the question, what constitutes disruption in business environments, and is there supporting evidence? This will be the focus of the following article. 2. Disruption. A definition. Disruption is an occurrence that interrupts events, processes, systems, or paradigms. It is a violating force. Disruption of an event, a system, or a process is tantamount to discontinuity and a suspension or even a reversal of what is considered a normal flow. Roots of disruption in management are discussed in Christensen's work on innovation. Christensen, 1997. He introduced the idea of disruptive innovation, or a process of rapid anticipation of future needs and equally rapid development of congruent products, services, and processes. In the process, he separates new technology into sustaining and disruptive, with sustaining technology resorting to incremental improvements to an already established technology, while disruptive technology reflects anticipation of a different set of parameters. The anticipation and adjustment would lead to market shakeups and the eventual replacement of dominant operators by nimble small innovators. The term, however, quickly took on a life of its own. 3. Disruption. The domains. It is the author's contention that disruption could be generic or functional. Figure 1. Domains of disruption. Conceptual framework. 3.1. Generic disruption. Generic disruption is a force or a bundle of forces that cut across systems and reconfigure constituent elements. Generic disruption cuts across industries, markets, organizations, and functions. It does not arise from competitors in the same industry or even from companies with a remotely similar business model, but from distant and previously unidentified driving force. It blends forces drawn from separate, seemingly unrelated strands of technology, primarily, in order to create dramatic value-enhancing and rule-changing propositions. El-Namaki, 2014. 3.2. Functional disruption. Functional disruption is a force that undermines one or the other aspect of system-related functional performance. One can think of it in terms of 4 segments of functional disruption: a technology segment, an economic segment, a political segment, and a sociology segment, with a far-reaching economic disruption. El-Namaki, 2015. 3.3. Politics, economics, sociocultural, and technology. A study conducted by McKinsey suggests 3 prime sources of disruption: shift in economic locus, rapid technology change, and more notably, the information revolution. Dobbs et al., 2014. A closer examination of the McKinsey study suggests that these 3 sources of disruption naturally lead to 2 relevant disruptive forces: political and socio-cultural factor. 3.3.1. Technology, the 4th Industrial Revolution. Technologies that significantly alter the way that businesses or entire industries operate are labeled disruptive and seem to be a leading source of functional disruption. In the seminal work of Klaus Schwab, The 4th Industrial Revolution, he describes how this 4th revolution is characterized mainly by technological advances. 3.3.2. Politics, neoglobalization. Premises of a new paradigm for globalization are challenging traditional frameworks and at the same time introducing disruption to international economic policies, strategies, and institutions. El-Namaki, 2017. Liu and Dunford, 2016. Wilson, 2016. 3.3.3. Economics, extreme capitalism. Capital markets provide the core and the driving force of capitalism and also the prime source. Dobbs et al., 2014. El-Namaki, 2015. Schwab, 2016. 3.3.4. Sociocultural, social media. Social media or software-based technologies that facilitate the creation and sharing of all forms of expression via virtual communities and networks is proving to be a potent disruption vehicle. Demers, 2016. Lawrence, 2016. Smith, 2018. 4. Disruption. Case evidence. There is plenty of evidence to support the conceptual framework outlined above. 4.1. Case 1. The generic disruption of artificial intelligence, AI. Performance of computing equipment is rapidly becoming complex and demonstrating cognition and a high measure of intelligence on its own. This is gradually introducing a strong and comprehensive dimension of generic disruption unseen before. The equipment is moving towards a state of perception and accommodation of their environment, and an ability to take measures essential for the fulfillment of a specific mission or missions. Schwab, 2016. This behavior is labeled artificial intelligence, AI, because it simulates the cognitive functions of the human brain insofar as problem solving is concerned. Davenport and Ronenke, 2018. Rather than replacing human capabilities, Davenport and Ronanke, 2018, suggests that AI can augment daily business operations in at least 3 ways: automating administrative activities, gaining insight through data analysis, and engaging with customers and employees. The near future may witness an increase in the intelligence content of the performance to the extent that equipment become increasingly capable of a measure of independent thinking. For point 2, case 2, the social disruption of WeChat. WeChat is a sociocultural disruption force that has achieved national, that is Chinese, and multinational proportions. Deep penetration and multifunctionality generated WeChat's social disruption driving force. WeChat, launched by China's Tencent way back in 2011, has become one of China's most popular and most used smartphone apps. The user base of WeChat grew from 50 million in 2011 to over 960 million in 2017, Statista, 2018. Smartphone users resort to WeChats for a wide variety of services ranging from telecommunication to virtual finance. It is common for people to pay rent, locate parking, donate to charity, book an appointment with doctor, find a date, or even pay rewards to people who rat out traffic violators through WeChat. Lawrence, 2016. With 70 million WeChat users outside China, Smith, 2018, it could, very likely, be the most advanced global mobile messaging app in terms of functionality and scope of services. For point 3, case 3, the economic disruption of FinTech. FinTech is an amalgam of products and practices that constitute an innovative use of technology in the design and delivery of financial services. Igarashi, 2015. The global financial industry is undergoing a disruptive transformational phase as a result. The fintech industry comprises a wide variety of financial businesses going all the way from online peer-to-peer lending, SME finance, and crowdfunding to cryptocurrency and mobile payments platforms. Chishti, 2016. It is becoming a potent disruptive force for the banking and finance industry by introducing fundamental change in access and operation of those and other services. It, moreover, is changing customer behavior and expectations by generating an unusual measure of service mobility, speed and access. Mar, 2017. And it is generating startup opportunities that are as much innovative as potentially lucrative. For point 4, case 4, the political disruption of the Belt and Road Initiative. China's Bridge and Road Initiative, BRI, is emerging as the new bulwark of a reconfigured world economy and a disruption of classic globalization thoughts, strategies, and institutions. El Namaki, 2017, Liu and Dunford, 2016, Wilson, 2016. It constitutes a conceptual and operational framework for the restructuring of the global economy. It is all-inclusive. Liu and Dunford, 2016. There is capital, trade, technology, and human resource elements. There are outward flows, inward flows, bilateral flows, and regional flows. It draws a whip of economic exchange that run all the way from Spain through Germany, Turkey and Greece to Pakistan, and ultimately China. It is projected by China's President Xi Jinping as a Chinese idea but for everyone's benefit to encourage the building of systems of fair, reasonable and transparent global trade and investment rules, BBC, 2017. It, in reality, replaces Reagan's country competitive advantage supremacy by cross-country dynamic synergy. El Namaki, 2016. 4.5, Case 5, the technology disruption of the blockchain. Blockchain is a generic disruptive force with broad scope and extensive reach, statement by the author. It involves constant growth record lists linked together and secured through cryptography, a symmetric key algorithm where key is shared by both sender and receiver. Narayanan et al., 2016. Each block of the chain envelopes a hash pointer relating to the previous block, as well as transaction data and a timestamp. Corporations are beginning to incorporate blockchain technology into their systems after early application in market capitalization of cryptocurrencies, Iansati and Lakhani, 2017. And blockchain technology is penetrating a wide variety of other applications from cybersecurity, elections and voting, transaction-based real estate to analytics and forecasting and ride-sharing application search segment having its own set of driving forces. McDonald, 2017. 5. Summary and conclusions. Disruption is omnipresent. Yet it is one of those opaque phenomena that could mean different things to different people. This paper asserts the view that, while roots of disruption are associated with technology, its tentacles and/or impact extend to the domains of economics, sociology, politics, and ideology. The article provides a definition of disruption as observed in physics, as well as social sciences. It is a system-shaking violent force. It then identifies two domains of disruption, generic and functional, with the generic being a force or a bundle of forces that cut across systems and reconfigure constituent elements. The functional is seen as a system attribute. This could be economic, political, technological, or socio-cultural. This is followed by case evidence citing artificial intelligence, blockchain, Belt and Road Initiative, WeChat, as well as fintech as illustrations of one segment of disruption or the other. The article relies on recent exploration of the issue of disruption and related case histories. It is eclectic, drawing upon the treatment of disruption all the way from physics to economics and technology. Follow-up research should address the applied implications of the concept within key strategic management frameworks. This special issue examines the policy challenges and government responses to disruptive technologies. It explores the risks, benefits, and trade-offs of deploying disruptive technologies and examines the efficacy of traditional governance approaches and the need for new regulatory and governance frameworks. Key themes include the need for government stewardship, taking adaptive and proactive approaches, developing comprehensive policies accounting for technical, social, economic, and political dimensions, conducting interdisciplinary research, and addressing data management and privacy challenges. The findings enhance understanding of how governments can navigate the complexities of disruptive technologies and develop policies to maximize benefits and mitigate risks. Introduction: the proliferation and rising pace of development of disruptive technologies, such as generative AI, autonomous systems, big data, blockchains, and the Internet of Things pose challenges to governments that must balance their positive effects with their potential negative consequences and harms. Kajigas et al. 2023, Pandey and Tehak, 2023. On the one hand, these disruptive technologies have the potential to increase efficiency, productivity, and convenience, promising a surge in economic growth, innovation, and accessibility. On the other hand, the rapid pace of development of these technologies often surpasses our ability to understand the implications of these technologies, which leads to significant risks and unintended consequences. These issues range from data privacy and security in big data applications, Wilson and Hinnant, this issue, to questions about the future of work, how AI and autonomous systems will displace low and high-skilled workers, and the social and economic ramifications this brings. Clifton, Glasmere, and Gray, 2020. Disruptive technologies are bringing complex ethical dilemmas and have the potential of increasing the social divide. Tan, Tehak, and Tripathi, 2021. World Bank 2018. Addressing these policy challenges would require a comprehensive approach to address technical problems and protect citizens' livelihoods and rights. These include promoting fair labor practices and support for upskilling and reskilling in the face of AI, enhancing data protection laws, and promoting the improvement of personal data storage and handling and preventing data breaches, along with ensuring equitable access to these technologies. Given the high technological and economic uncertainties, these are difficult objectives to achieve. Due to a lack of information about these technologies and the networked nature of these technologies, traditional command and control and incentive-based policy tools are ill-equipped to deal with them. Often few companies dominate the market and stifle competition. This winner-takes-all dynamic not only favors a few dominant players, but also reduces the number of choices available to the consumer, increases the risk of monopolistic practices, and can lead to increased influence over standard-setting organizations. There are difficulties in engaging stakeholders and having inclusive outcomes due to the complex nature of these technologies, which makes consensus building difficult. Many stakeholders might not have the necessary expertise to understand these technologies, further exacerbating the problem. To overcome these challenges, governments must adopt an adaptive and proactive approach, Janssen and van der Voort 2016, Tand and Tehak 2021, and increase transparency and collaboration by drawing from public consultations and partnerships with academia, industry, and civil society to benefit from a wide range of experiences and expertise to better understand disruptive technologies and address the challenges they bring due to information asymmetries, policy uncertainty, and power dynamics. Tehak, Ramesh, and Hallett 2021. As such, it is important to uphold social values and rights while striving to maximize benefits from disruptive technologies and build the capacity of the stakeholders to better understand and navigate the complexities of disruptive technologies. Lee, Malerba, and Premi 2020. Overview of the special issue articles. The articles in the special issue examine addressing policy challenges of disruptive technologies through case studies and comparative analyses. They address gaps in the literature pertaining to understanding the risks, benefits, and trade-offs of deploying disruptive technologies in various applications and domains. They explore the efficacy of traditional governance approaches and explore new regulatory and governance approaches that have been adopted or ought to be adopted to address the complexity of deploying disruptive technologies, given their uncertainties, risks, and unintended consequences, and derived key lessons to facilitate policy learning. Below, a summary of the articles in the special issue is presented. Cyberspace and the Protection of Critical National Infrastructure, Weiss and Bierman, 2023, Critical National Infrastructures, CNI, such as energy, financial services, and transportation, are the foundations of modern societies. The protection of CNIs is necessary from a national security perspective as well as an economic perspective. Since security is the domain of the government and market provision involves the private sector, the protection of CNI requires the active participation of both the government and the private sector. 2a. Tehak in Europe, a general standard model of governing the cybersecurity of CNIs can be observed. This entails the establishment of a new agency or empowering existing agencies mandated to protect CNI. However, there are variations in how such agencies approach cybersecurity protection. While some governments employ hierarchical models of CNI governance, others use a more arm's-length coordinative approach. Using two opposite cases of France and the UK, this article argues that national variations in CNI cybersecurity designs can be explained by A, the historical institutions of the respective countries, and B, the nature of the threats themselves. To elaborate, The authors argue that historically market capitalist states will employ an arm's-length approach to cybersecurity governance by providing greater independence and flexibility to the vital operators, VOs. At the same time, state capitalist countries will pursue a more centralized and hierarchical mode of governance, where few agencies are given regulative powers over private VOs. The former model requires a greater degree of coordination amongst various actors involved in the CNI sector, while the latter model requires the creation of a powerful enforcement agency that has coercive powers to impose and administer minimum cybersecurity requirements. On the nature of the threats, the authors argue that two specific cybersecurity-related problems can be distinguished. A. Diffused risks related to the vulnerabilities of the CNI infrastructure that require better coordination and infrastructure improvement amongst involved agencies, and B. Threats posed by specific actors such as hackers, cybercriminals, and other malicious actors that require target protection and rival actor neutralization. The claim is that governments employ hierarchical forms of governance mechanisms to protect against actor-centered threats, while they require coordination-related governance mechanisms to address security risks. Even then, a historically state-capitalist state is comparatively still more likely to employ hierarchical governance models on security risks, while market capitalists are more likely to employ horizontal governance forms for threats. The authors conduct a structured comparison between the UK and France by examining official documents, government reports, and other legal documents from 2010 to 2018 and comparing the two countries' governance approaches. They examine the approaches taken by their respective CNI-related cybersecurity agencies, the French Network and Information Security Agency, ANSSI, and the British National Cyber Security Centre, NCSC, and compare their protection capacity and policy approach styles. The authors find that CSI protection in France takes a highly centralized approach. The ANSSI is the exclusive national authority in charge of cyber protection, has a staff of 600 people and an annual budget of over 100 million euros. The agency was created in 2009 and directly reports to the Prime Minister's office. The NCSC, however, only became a centralized agency for cyber protection in 2016 due to the EU Network and Information System, NIS, directive and was otherwise a patchwork of various agencies. The authors also argue that although both countries involve the private sector to manage diffuse risks, the UK's reliance on the private sector is greater. In France, the ANSSI is empowered by the Military Programming Act and the Critical Infrastructures Information Protection, CIP law, to require VOs to strengthen their security system. VOs are further required to notify of any cyber incidents, to enforce minimal standards, and oblige by the hierarchical monitoring mechanism under the law. The UK Journal of Economic Policy Reform 3, meanwhile, relies on financial incentives and guidance to induce private and public sectors to improve their cybersecurity infrastructure and the Center for the Protection of National Infrastructures, CPNI, plays an advisory and facilitative role in this regard. A similar approach can be noticed in risk management, where the ANSSI relies on government certification to ensure the quality of risk management, while the UK provides advisory services to guide the private sector towards public-private or private certification services. Overall, the article shows that historical institutions are crucial determinants of policy designs, even for emerging technologies such as the cybersecurity of CNI. The author suggests that effective CNI protection requires collaboration between public and private actors to address the disruptive nature of cyber threats. Competing Perspectives on the Big Data Revolution, a Typology of Applications in Public Policy, Wong and Hinnant 2023, the use of big data in government has been fraught with contradictions. Proponents of the technology argue that big data can be used for evidence-based policymaking for better service delivery and reduced cost through digitalization. Big data has also been considered useful for measuring and evaluating performances, collaboration between citizens and the state, and better coordination amongst policymakers by encouraging information sharing. However, the use of big data has also been associated with various negative externalities, such as the greater potential for algorithmic discrimination, greater digital divide, and the consequent digital inequality and privacy threats. Given the high level of expertise required, its usefulness has also been questioned because of the potentially low capacity of data utilization amongst policymakers. Previous experiences from ICT adoption have shown that successful mobilization of technology, both in private and public organizations, is contingent upon a wide variety of factors that are both exogenous and internal to the organizations. Quite often, even in established technologies, organizations need to adapt, modify, or transform such technologies before applying them internally. The authors argue that the benefits and costs associated with adopting such technologies, e.g. big data, are moderated by a set of internal and external factors under which organizations operate. In the context of big data, they examine such factors under political, economic, social, organizational, values and ethics, and regulatory dimensions. The authors then dig into the last dimension, which is regulation, and attempt to understand how, given a country's regulatory capacity and nature, different approaches to technology use might evolve. While they admit that they have deliberately ignored multiple other dimensions along which such analysis can be done, for this study, they identify two areas of classification: A, regulatory orientation, and B, information reciprocity. Regulatory orientation refers to the degree of empowerment provided to the public or the private sector in the regulations that govern data in the country. The orientation depends on the existing political economy and can determine policy approaches to important issues such as privacy, personal freedom, and autonomy in data management. More privacy-related regulations, for instance, empower the private sphere and weakens the government's influence on data management. Similarly, information reciprocity refers to the incentive structure that facilitates information sharing for a TAHAC across various private and public actors that generate and use the data. Information reciprocity is often a function of the degree of trust and partnership between such actors. Based on the two variables, the authors derive a typology of the application of big data, which helps in understanding the different applications of big data in public policy and their potential benefits and drawbacks. The authors categorize the big data applications and provide examples as state-centric, public, and information reciprocity, e.g. U.S.'s Patriot Act, Big Brother, public and information non-reciprocity, e.g. China's social credit system. Society-centric, private and information reciprocity, e.g. EU's GDPR, and fragmented big data, private and information non-reciprocity, e.g. Hong Kong's Smart City Development Initiative. This highlights the importance of context and nature of the big data application, as well as the need for appropriate levels of regulations and provision of ethical guidelines to ensure the responsible use of such technology. The article concludes by saying that typologies and classifications developed in the study should be used to set up testable hypotheses and can enrich empirical work of the future. An integrated complex adaptive governmental policy response to cyber threats, Porter and Tan, 2023. Technologies of today are characterized by a high degree of complexity. This is truer for cyber threats, characterized by various specific challenges. Cyber threats are associated with a high degree of uncertainty and unpredictability. Since the nature of threats is constantly evolving, and so are the anonymous actors posing these threats, designing linear problem-solving mechanisms to address cybersecurity challenges is ineffectual. For instance, in the case of ransomware as a service, RaaS, the lead actor is often a service provider that enables primary threat actors to carry out ransomware attacks in return for a share of ransomware. Cyber threats are also characterized by a potential multiplicity of origins of threats. The scope of cyber threats can be at global, national, local, or individual levels, where scope refers to the location of the source of threats and the location of the potential victims of threats. These specificities of cyber threats mean that governance-related responses to these challenges must display complex adaptive designs. The authors discuss policy options available to governments to address cyber threats and argue for an adaptive design approach, as linear planning and policy design requires that policymakers anticipate the nature of the problem at hand and the desired outcome and create a path of change through the policy. Under conditions of high degree of uncertainty and complexity pertaining to cyber threats, such design thinking often fail. Therefore, the authors identify specific characteristics of complex policy systems to tackle this issue: self-organization, feedback loops, experimentation, and adaptation. Together, these four features permit connectivity between actors, openness to external knowledge absorption and assimilation, nonlinear and iterative problem-solving, and experimentation. The authors argue that cyber threats are complex problems to address due to the presence of these four properties. In particular, the authors claim that any response to cyber threats must be aimed at enhancing the coordinated decentralized capacity for experimentation and resilience. Three elements of this response need attention. Coordinated decentralization capacity requires abilities related to self-organization, involvement of a multitude of actors, and synchronicity in approaches between various Journal of Economic Policy, Reform 5 subsystems and actors. The role of the government is more of an organizer or an activist rather than a policy monopolist or a bystander. Resilience requires the capacity of the system to bounce back after perturbations, and experimentation entails creative thinking and non-traditional approaches to problem solving. Response to the locational complexity also requires approaching challenges at all levels simultaneously, recognizing the interrelatedness between any emerging policy design. To elaborate, it is important to design international norms to reduce global-scale threats and mechanisms to facilitate international support to protect against global threats. At a local level, governments must ensure sufficient support to the private sector to enable them to invest in cybersecurity. At the same time, creating a collaborative environment that can promote information and expertise sharing and coordination between actors across various locations is also vital. Similarly, trainings, awareness campaigns, and regulations against cybercrimes can contribute to better protection at the individual level. The authors use the case of the 2007 cyberattack in Estonia to illustrate how complex policy design can help governments approach potential problems related to cyber threats. In 2007, a distributed denial of service, DDoS, was carried out in Estonia, targeting government bodies, ministries, banks, media sources, and other private companies. The Estonian approach to this attack and its subsequent reforms highlight the complex policy design system's strengths, especially its coordinated decentralized capacity for experimentation and resilience. The Estonian government created the Estonian Computer Emergency Response Team, CERT, in 2006. CERT was a national-level coordinating body responsible for coordinating various public and non-public agencies within the country, but simultaneously with close relationships with international and other national cybersecurity agencies. Various initiatives have been undertaken within Estonia to prepare the country against such attacks. In 2006, the Estonian government signed an MoU with firms operating in critical sectors to share information on cyber threats. Beyond Estonia, the country had signed the Council of Europe's Convention on Cybercrime in 2001 and had established a Cyber Defense Center of Excellence as a member of NATO. After the cyber attack, the government actively pursued information sharing and coordination between the public and private sectors. It also established a voluntary Estonian Defense League cyber unit that included programmers conducting regular training and exercises for the public and private sectors. It created various collaboration platforms, such as the Cybersecurity and AI Accelerator and the Cyber Command, 2019, which consisted of active membership from experts from private, military, and public domains. The government is also actively working with educational institutions to organize awareness programs and competitions to generate skilled human resources in the sector. Beyond Estonia, the government has also established a cyber partnership agreement with the U.S. and worked with NATO on establishing the Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence. Therefore, given the complex nature of challenges, the government's efforts have focused on global, national, local, and individual levels, focusing on elements of coordinated decentralized capacity for experimentation and resilience. The authors call for a comprehensive and adaptive approach to respond to cyber threats, built not only based 6A. TAHAC on technical measures, but also including broader institutional changes, such as building partnerships and increasing coordination among the public and private sectors. Navigating the governance challenges of disruptive technologies. Insights from regulation of autonomous systems in Singapore, Pandey and TAHAC, 2023. Autonomous systems as can potentially lead to a greener, more efficient, and more productive economic future. However, at present, various operational, legal, economic, social, and ethical challenges are associated with the governance of AS, Pandey and TAHAC, 2023. Addressing these challenges is crucial for creating a conducive environment for fruitful utilization of AS. Regulating new technologies is always difficult, given the pacing problem associated with them. The complexities of the AS, however, make their regulation more difficult. First, inherent uncertainties associated with the operations of AS limit the information available to make assessments about their risks ex ante difficult. Second, the risks of AS differ as per their form and application. AS is a broader umbrella term under which different forms of systems operate. Autonomy and the level of risks presented by different AS systems are dissimilar. At the same time, the same AS might present different risks depending on the environment in which they are applied. Pandey and TAHAC, 2023. It then becomes important to understand how policymakers have attempted to wrestle with these two challenges to design regulatory frameworks governing AS to promote their experimentation and application. The authors take the case of Singapore to understand the specific challenges associated with the governance of various AS and the regulatory frameworks that can address these challenges without constraining the inherent need for application and experimentation. The authors identify operational, legal, economic, social, and ethical challenges for autonomous vehicles, unmanned aerial vehicles, industrial robots, and personal care robots. They then specify how Singapore has created regulations to address these challenges for various AS. The study describes the specific peculiarities associated with the 4 technologies across the 5 types of challenges and then identifies steps taken to minimize associated risks. The authors identify various regulatory measures undertaken by the Singapore government. Such measures included mandatory human supervision, designating responsibility for control, the existence of a stopping mechanism, creation of standards for data collection, storage, protection, and use, among others, Pandey and Tehak. 2023. The study highlights that the Singapore government's response has addressed most of the generic and domain-specific challenges associated with AS. The authors argue that Singapore has adopted a control-oriented strategy that has successfully limited the risks of the technology, while making the country a testbed for experimentation and use. This has meant that policymaking has paid special focus on ensuring the government regularly reviews and updates its regulations. That experimentation and policymaking have been a coordinated effort which involves the participation of a wide variety of stakeholders, and that sufficient attention is paid to safety concerns to ensure lives and livelihoods are protected. The authors highlight that there is room for further developments in response to ethical dilemmas and social challenges associated with adopting AS. Journal of Economic Policy Reform 7 additionally. The authors argue for stronger and clearer liability-related regulations and stress the need for the regulations to be more frequently revisited and revised to adapt to the rapid pace of technological developments. Pandey and Tehak. 2023. The authors suggest that governments can take steps to introduce experimental regulations and sunset clauses that permit flexibility in use and encourage experimentation while minimizing risks. The article highlights government's critical role in navigating disruptive technologies challenges and calls for a comprehensive and proactive approach, not only through regulatory measures, but also through fostering collaboration and stakeholder engagement to promote responsible innovation. Addressing policy challenges of disruptive technologies. Key takeaways. What are some of the common challenges that disruptive technologies bring about that necessitate policy responses from governments? Based on the articles in the special issue, some of the common themes that emerge in relation to addressing the challenges of disruptive technologies include: See Table 1 emphasis on the role of the government. All the articles underscore the critical role of the government in addressing the challenges posed by disruptive technologies. They emphasize that beyond deploying direct policy measures such as regulations and law enforcement, there is a need to promote awareness, promote collaboration and partnerships among the stakeholders, and encourage ethical and responsible innovation. Need for comprehensive policies. The articles highlight the need for comprehensive policies that consider the complexity and interconnectedness of disruptive technologies. They emphasize that the policies should not only focus on the technical aspects of these technologies, but also their social, economic, and political dimensions. Adaptive and proactive approach. Due to the rapid pace of technological developments and the complexity of technological systems that disruptive technologies create, controlling and regulating them all in one go is difficult. Articles highlight various types of risks, cyber threats, data management, privacy, discrimination, ethical dilemmas, etc., and the need for anticipating potential threats/challenges and developing strategies to address them before they occur. They advocate taking an adaptive approach, actively monitoring the situation, and having the flexibility to continuously update policies in response to evolving risks and changes to the circumstances. They highlight the need to address the skills and capacity gaps in the public sector and among stakeholders. Stakeholder theory and corporate social responsibility, CSR. Abstract. Complacency is almost archaic in the knowledge economy because firms are overwhelmingly confronted with diverse expectations from better-informed stakeholders who pressure on societal issues amid shareholders' calls for greater financial security. Similarly, there is a growing call for corporations to redefine their responsibilities to stakeholders and to integrate socioeconomic and environmental concerns into business processes and strategies in order to transparently impact on societies. In a bid to support mutually beneficial relationships, this paper shows how stakeholder theory proactively moderates the strength of CSR in social interactions, environmental protection, and sustainable development. It proposes a four-stage stakeholder dialogue ladder, which attempts to synergize CSR, stakeholder, and stakeholder theory based on the stages as defined by the firm's extent of development, and her regularity and intensity of interaction with stakeholders. The paper argues that subject to the problem to solve, the languages of CSR and stakeholder theory are useful and that the dichotomies of covering wrongdoing and creating falsehoods could be addressed when firms adopt stakeholder dialogue and collaboration that aid friendly CSR programs. Thus, the relationship turns that of dyadic partnership because corporations follow issue or purpose-based CSR programs that create values that trickle to interdependent stakeholders. In sum, corporations need to continually get committed to environmentally sensitive CSR since there is a strong relationship between CSR activities, stakeholders, and actual performance. Introduction. The Fordist era was obsessed by transaction cost and resource dependence archetypes that awfully defined corporate weird in resource transaction relationship between corporations and stakeholders. Such mechanistic management dialectics and its concomitant though arguable business controversies gave avid credence to nascent discourse on friendly company-wide orientations or organic management system that tames societal disaffection. Burns and Stalker, 1961, Freeman, 1984, Kotler and Keller, 2009. The search of organic management system and, of course, knowledge economy is a product of continued structural collapse, shift to market economy of the former communist economies, and or practice of stakeholders and corporate social responsibility, CSR, management system. Scholars opine that the social economy and its attendant mass production and consumption, advances in science and technology, wasteful consumption of resources and pollution, and deterioration of global environment, Tokoro. 2007, call for incorporating proactive and or reactive social and environmental programs into decision process to unlock strategic windows and have them continually open. Abel, 1978. Awa and Ease, 2010. Whether real and or imagined, the general public typically holds hoax, cynical and shenanigan feelings about corporations. Greenfield, 2004. Cantabutra and Ketperpakern. 2020. Kotler and Lee, 2005. Especially when corporations assume they owe the society only efficient economic responsibility while governments owe the social ends. Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017. Kazmi, 2008. Sweeney and Coughlin, 2008. Corporate sustainability seems on edge when stakeholder approach appears abysmal and or natural resources repatriated without adequate reparation, even where there are symptoms of environmental degradation, toxic emissions, and oil spillages, as well as their attendant ravages on ecosystems, cultivatable lands and crop yields, air and water, cost of living, and man's general well-being. These suggest that it is only a thin line that demarcates normal business practices from unethical or irresponsible behaviors. Zhao, 2021. Nikolova and Arsik, 2017. Kotler and Keller, 2009. Albeit tainted impressions are often escalated, amongst other stakeholders, by the media, environmentalists, and social activists, Fatima and Albana, 2022, Sweeney and Coughlin, 2008, and supposedly addressed by CSR. The ontological perspective is that corporations are primarily agog with champion of free markets, money-centeredness, Friedman, 1970. Profit maximization and or social deficits. They pursue more of shareholders' interest, indirectly deceive the vulnerable stakeholders and sacrifice minority customer groups. Scholars, Cooper et al., 2001, Kantabutra and Ketperpakern, 2020, Sweeney and Coughlin, 2008, alluded that different stakeholders vehemently criticize corporations on high profitability and fostering materialism, false warranties and inaccurate labeling, theft of business secrets, use of patents, political lobbying, poor research and development, excessive executive salaries, planned obsolescence and unsustainable consumption patterns, exploiting labor rights, exclusive dealing and tying agreements, innovation stifling and lowering of quality standards, limited access to products, life-saving information, barriers to entry and cutthroat/predatory competition, deceptive promotion and hiked product claims, and environmental insensitivity. The soaring of corporate sustainability amid globalization, ICT, and The World is Flat, Friedman, 2005, suggests that these scenarios are up for a new dawn as the theory of business evolves towards the late 20th century social epoch and precipitates organizations coming under heavy pressures. From inter alia consumers, investors, employees, suppliers, civil rights crusaders, environmentalists, host communities, governments, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and agencies, civil societies/activists, and media to respond to the challenges of social deficits, Sweeney and Coughlin, 2008. Nikolova and Arsic, 2017. Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017. Other scholars, Albuquerque et al., 2020. Boone and Kurtz, 2007. Doherty and Palaschuk, 2022. Fatima and Albana, 2022. Kantabutra and Ketperpakern, 2020, propose that global pandemics, e.g., COVID-19 and Ebola, economic upheavals, environmental disasters, garbage disposal, acid rain, depletion of the ozone layers, global warming and global governance initiatives like large-scale sustainability accords are other fundamental scenarios that pose unprecedented and unavoidable charges on corporations to develop, navigate, adapt, or regularly overhaul CSR programs to guarantee sustainability. These suggest a new world of corporate development and sustainability via CSR programs that support stakeholder-friendly orientation. Scholars Carroll and Shabana, 2010, Sweeney and Coughlin, 2008, Nikolova and Arsic, 2017. Kantabutra and Ketperpakern, 2020, propose that this dawn is driven by knowledge economy, intense competition, strategic consolidation, operating standards from international bodies, Keynesian epoch, and complex and interconnected large-scale issues characterized by uncertainty, nonlinearity, and increasing stakeholders' dynamism and/or demands. These surge the voluntary corporate concern for stakeholders vis-a-vis alignment with societal values and natural systems, Albuquerque et al., 2020, Vermeulen and Riches, 2016. With strong implications for strategic decisions on corporate governance, public relations and corporate citizenship, pollution control, waste recycling, resource conservation, and other measures of building public trust amidst dynamic environment shaped by socioeconomic and institutional factors, Albuquerque et al., 2020, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017. Yao, 2021. Corporations that tend to undermine the clarion calls for stakeholder interest in the current existential knowledge economy experience gross resistance. First, studies show that stakeholders' lifetime diminishes as CSR budget decreases, in the traditional sense. About 88% of stakeholders favor products from corporations that exhibit philanthropic and no funny concern for stakeholders. Smith, 1996, and about 76% of consumers switch to brands and/or stores that show concern for host communities. Jones, 1995. Further, approximately 90% of disgusted stakeholders boycotts the provider, Businessweek, 1984, and shares their experiences with 10 to 20 others, whereas satisfied ones share with only 4 or 5 individuals. A.B. Rashid et al. 2014, and as much as 12 ethical experiences are needed to overcome the negative effects of one ugly encounter. Cow and Low, 2006. Conversely, in the digital sense, disgusted stakeholders exploit the real-time and ubiquitous features of different platforms to make their experiences known to the world. Second, in extreme cases, corporations suffer community resistance and its attendant high operating costs expressed in idle time, replacement costs, thefts, shutdown of operations, vandalization, assassination, kidnapping and hostage-taking, and demands for ransom. The emphasis on stakeholder interest may imply strategic trade-offs, hence integration and channeling of every interest in the same direction for competitive advantage qua sustainability. Donaldson and Preston, 1995, Freeman et al. 2010, given that CSR is obligatory and aims at higher responsiveness to stakeholders. Carroll, 1994, Freeman, 1984, Tangamani et al. 2017. Scholars, Vermeulen and Ridges, 2016, Zhao. 2021, posit that corporate behavior to stakeholders requires legitimate integration of extant theories to accommodate systems and environmental appeals, as well as multiple stakeholder groups at different levels. Similarly, response to social deficits is a strategic managerial issue that demands CSR's comprehensive agility to exploit the appeals of stakeholder theory, agency theory, ecological modernization theory, institutional theory, or other cognate theories that legitimately bring in the system's epic at multi-levels to deal with the ethical and social fabrics for corporate sustainability vis-a-vis customer attraction and retention, as well as win affairs with stakeholders. Risi et al. 2023. Starrick and Kaneshiro, 2020. Zhao. 2021. Guided by stakeholder theory, corporations empower board members to negotiate and compromise with and incorporate stakeholders in wealth creation, as well as providing social amenities, ethical and safe working conditions, and green marketing to the society. However, because corporations rarely flourish in the 21st century without stakeholder support, Freeman, 1984, CSR provides a global standard of social responsibilities, builds social welfare beyond profitability, develops employee loyalty and company reputation, and ultimately serves as a building block for corporate sustainability and competitive advantage. Ormiston and Wong, 2013. Vermeulen and Riches, 2016. Nikolova and Arsic, 2017. Because relationships and treating stakeholders as individuals and groups that contribute to the corporation's wealth. Freeman, 1984, Ormiston and Wong, 2013, are key. Then, the stakeholder approach and CSR management systems are strengthened and moderated by stakeholder theory, with the utmost goal of recognizing economic, environmental, and social aspects of corporate activities. In its criticality to CSR, corporate sustainability and crisis management, scholars Freeman and Maitrieff, 2017, Ormiston and Wong, 2013, Tangamani et al., 2017, affirmed that stakeholder theory enjoys huge scholarship ahead of other theories. Analyzing corporations exclusively from their own perspective requires stakeholder theory to describe and predict corporate behavior and outcomes in terms of stakeholders' nature, their management, values, and relative influence on decisions. Further analysis involves how directors think about the interests of corporate constituencies and the link between stakeholder management and achievement of CSR. The strategic position of stakeholders suggests improving understanding of their perspectives and concerns on key issues, including CSR issues, and to integrate those perspectives and concerns as much as possible into corporate strategy. This article uses stakeholder theory to study winning societal acceptance by moving from quantitative to qualitative improvements, and by showing how stakeholder theory and stakeholder dialogue proactively explain the strength of relationship between CSR programs and social interactions, environmental protection, sustainable development, and others that aid coexistence with stakeholders. The structure spans theoretical frameworks and early driving thoughts, corporate responsibility and CSR, stakeholders and stakeholder theory, CSR and stakeholder theory, the synergistic role of stakeholder, dialogue ladder, and conclusion. Corporate responses and business management. Business activities migrate from the Holy Bible, and the corporate response in particular integrates firmly with the Ten Commandments from God, as that spell out the self-regulatory moral standard of behavior expected in dealings with others. In business and non-business dealings, these commandants have been espoused to develop the several social exchange and equity theories and propositions that seem to explain, predict, regulate, and guide interpersonal relationships. Similarly, the phenomena of corporate response were long practiced in the ancient Greece, Eberstadt, 2006, and relate to the ancient Mesopotamia of about 1700 BC, when King Hammurabi introduced a code where builders, innkeepers, farmers, or others were subjected to death when their carelessness or negligence caused deaths of others, or major inconveniences to citizens. Albuquerque et al., 2020. Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017. Further, Nikolova and Arsic, 2017, posit that in the ancient Rome, senators complained about businesses' failure to contribute sufficiently to fund military campaigns, whereas in 1622 disgusted shareholders in Dutch East India Company issued pamphlets of complaint on management secrecy and self-enrichment. Adam Smith in the 18th century proposed the first classical economic model that suggested meeting public's needs is at its best if one acts in self-interest manner. Self-interest implies earning profits from business and also meeting other people's needs. In management theory, since after Frederick Winslow Taylor's scientific management of 1911, management of organizations has remained pivotal, and the relationship between organizations and their stakeholders remained less epical. In 1930s, Wendell Willkie enlightened business practitioners on the philosophy of social responsibility. Ahlstrom, 2010, Boone and Kurtz, 2007, Carroll, 1979, Votow, 1972, whereas Bowens, 1953, seminal book on social responsibilities of the businessman drives the contemporary thoughts on and shift in terminology to relationship between organizations and their stakeholders. Regardless that corporate response to external environment is a product of over 2,000 years tradition, Panwar et al., 2006, The Pioneering Studies, Burns and Stalker. 1961, Lawrence and Lorsch, 1967. From the 1960s to 1970s, connecting corporations firmly with their environments provided a new wave of thought termed contingency theories or open system perception, with surged emphases on the restrictiveness of environments on corporate lives. However, since the 1980s, corporations' external environments have further grown much more complex and complicated, informing a critical theme in studies on how to respond to them without losing smooth and efficient operation. In keeping with stakeholder approach in business management, scholars Sims, 2003, proposed the panaceas of charity and stewardship. The principle of charity is a religious tradition of giving alms to the less privileged, and the principle of stewardship, which is often spurred by the activities of the press, governments, and other groups, as well as the law, emphasizes the obligation to serve or to return to the societies from where the economic power was generated. Implicit is that corporate responses to environmental and societal well-being connect some social exchange theories: ethical relativism, ethical egoism, golden rule, distributive justice, utilitarian, and symbolic. The ethical relativism considers one universal standard or a set of standards that judges actions. Ethical egoism promotes long-run greatest possible balance of good over evil. Golden rule entails dealing with others in a manner you would want them to deal onto you, and distributive justice discourages too much richness at the expense of the poor. Whereas utilitarian theory literally emphasizes one's action, making the greatest good for the greatest number of people, and involves pecuniary resources, e.g., reperformance, amenities, donations, or scholarships. The symbolic exchanges involve psychological and/or social resources, apology, status, respect, esteem, or empathy, to douse tensions when defaults occur. Perhaps the strength of these theories and the earlier mindset of business and society led Milton Friedman and Lord Keynes to theorize, though differently. CSR was engulfed in a full-scale ideological battle. Carroll, 1994, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Kotler and Keller, 2009. Under the Chicago School ideology on free markets led by Nobel economist, Professor Milton Friedman, who proposed that CSR was immoral, undermines shareholders' rights, and violates firms' obligations to shareholders, Freeman et al., 2010, Friedman, 1970. While almost aligning with the traditional economics theory of Adam Smith and/or Freeman and Dmitriev's 2017, first contestability on violation of obligation to stakeholders, the school recognizes CSR as stealing from business owners and advised shareholders to privately deal with non-business activities. Although Milton Friedman and his followers tend to undermine that organizations rely on interplay of multiple interdependent relationships with stakeholders, their thoughts developed full-blown ideological stands that profoundly govern the business landscape even today. However, the instrumental theories provide almost synonymous thoughts with Friedman, given that they assume corporation is the only instrument for wealth creation, and its social activities are only a means to achieve economic results. Nevertheless, the subversive nature of CSR as enshrined in the Chicago School ideology has been vehemently contested and criticized amid social and environmental dynamism. Some integrative theorists, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Freeman et al., 2010. Kotler and Keller, 2009. Along with Lord Keynes, The New Institutional Economics, and other institutions critiqued Friedman in their attempt to enlarge firms' obligations to shareholders or bridge the dichotomies between economic and social values, business and ethics, and profits and society. The Keynesian dawn of satisfying social demands was propelled by contemporary developments in competition, globalization, and liberalization, and ICT, as well as pressures from stakeholders to recognize the critical link between corporate sustainability and socioeconomic consciousness. Aguilera et al., 2007, Bush et al., 2010. Reed, 1998. The rising voice and demand for more sustainable business operation by customers, investors, employees, suppliers, civil rights crusaders, environmentalists, host communities, governments, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and agencies, civil societies/activists, media, environmental protection agencies, and other stakeholders, Freeman et al., 2010, Risi et al., 2023. Starrick and Kaneshiro, 2020, call for stakeholder-focused operations. At the suprasystems level, the United Nations World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WBCSD, Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu, and Shell Group strongly advocate that in addition to profit maximization, corporations owe wider responsibilities to the society, social contracts, spanning human rights, ethics and safe working conditions, green marketing and stewardships, corporate contribution, e.g., to charity, and accountability, transparency and partnerships for sustainable development and community development. Corporate responsibility and CSR. A reminiscence of organizations' responsibilities to its stakeholders shows that they come under corporate responsibilities, but when corporations began promoting economic and social responsibilities simultaneously, then the issues of what corporate responsibility should then be challenged scholarly discourse. The recognition that it is often a practice to separate some key stakeholders for special treatments gave the impetus to CSR as an instrument that singles out special treatments for communities and society at large. Contemporary corporations are taking corporate responsibilities to the next level of giving it a global touch in order to make for a better world, as well as reposition what is today referred to as CSR. At the instance of the age-long oppression of African Americans, the American Civil Rights Movement naturally recognized that every life matters when it launched Black Lives Matter in an attempt to liberate the oppressed blacks and/or to prioritize one aspect of the society of America. Corporate responsibilities relate to firms' responsibilities to all stakeholders. All lives matter, whereas CSR emphasizes more of social orientations and exists when firms narrow responsibilities to local communities and/or society at large. Black Lives Matter. Indeed, because Black Lives Matter, CSR disclosure of the American Civil Rights Movement frowns at oppressing blacks in the U.S. and promotes better healthcare services and friendly environmental conditions, as well as improved access to education amongst Black community or the society at large. Further, CSR programs have their domain in social responsibilities and are narrow focus of firms' corporate responsibilities. Scholars Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Ormiston and Wang, 2013, suggests that corporate responsibilities encompass broader spectrum bordering on creating meaningful work or long-term career opportunities for employees, providing sustainable contract terms or building reliable partnerships with suppliers, addressing consumer needs or providing the best value for customers' money, informing investors on key strategic decisions, or utilizing shareholders' assets more productively, Risi et al., 2023, Nikolova and Arsic, 2017. Starrick and Kaneshiro, 2020, Zhao, 2021. The term CSR, otherwise referred loosely to as corporate citizenship, responsible business, society and business, stakeholder management, social issues management, public policy and business, or simply corporate responsibility, has been evolving for decades at a different pace. However, defining CSR is rather an uphill task, given the obvious lack of consensus on the concept's meaning to different people. To some, it represents legal responsibility or liability. To others, it is socially responsible behavior and social consciousness. Still to others, it equates charitable contributions and returns to humanity, and others perceive it as fiduciary duty of imposing higher standards of behavior on businesses than on the citizens at large. Votow, 1972. Carroll, 1994, posits that such divergent view is informed by the discipline's wide breadth and multidisciplinary inquiries, eclectic with loose boundaries, multiple memberships, and differing training, perspectives, and mindsets. Drawing from Wendell Willkie, Bowen, 1953, defines CSR as organizations' social obligations, which is conceptually and operationally diverse. Some others define CSR as actions partially taken beyond the economic or technical sense. Keith, 1960, casting the firm's shadow on social scenes, Eales and Walton. 1961, and paying certain responsibilities beyond the economic and legal obligations, Freeman et al., 2010. McGuire, 1963, Reed. 1998, Tangamani et al., 2017. Like Bowen's 1953, they lean on Wendell Willkie, but the words or phrases in italics rarely show explicitly the current criticality of CSR in organizations as a competitive weapon, a mantra for business success, a continuing commitment, and a long-term action in the contemporary business setting. Organizations must be fully active in CSR, given that its programs and public disclosure associate with performance. Jones, 1995. Smith, 1996, affirmed that CSR is a self-regulatory mechanism whereby an organization actively monitors society, the environment, global trends, ethical principles, and legal standards for compliance. Similarly, the WBCSD in her Making Good Business Senses by Lord Holm and Richard Watts describes CSR as the business continual commitment to behave ethically and to contribute economically as well as to improve the quality of life of the workforce, their families, the local community, and society at large. This definition stretches CSR further to corporate responsibilities, but provided the reach of the particular CSR programmes is narrowed, it is permissible. By these, CSR actively and continually supports the organization's core mission and extends its responsibility and commitments to secondary stakeholders and other members of society. Because CSR process fosters organizational actions that positively affect society as a whole, environment, communities, and people. Organizations that adopt CSR as part of their business mission have a pyramid of moral, ethical, and discretionary responsibilities in addition to their economic and legal obligations. Carroll, 1979. Freeman, 1984. Nikolova and Arsic, 2017. However, while the CSR pyramid is eulogized for accommodating ethical and discretionary responsibilities, its programs are still besieged with some contestability. Freeman, 1984, posits that CSR is not easily distinguished as most business decisions are not purely economic, legal, ethical, or philanthropic, and the separation of economic and social responsibilities for which CSR stands is not always welcomed. The general responsibilities implied by CSR are rarely accounted for the specificity of the individual firms or for the specific stakeholder networks where it is embedded. Amron et al., 2013, Freeman, 1984, Votow, 1972. Challenging Friedman's 1970 Tradition of CSR Programs, Freeman and Dmitriev. 2017, accused CSR of following the principles of traditional economics theory that subtly permit violation of the stakeholder's obligation, covering or distorting firms' wrongdoing and creating false dichotomies. Organizations are necessary and indispensable evils for societies. Sometimes, managers maximize short-term economic gains for their own self-interest. Ahmed et al., 2014. Boone and Kurtz, 2007, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017. And resort to CSR programs to rebuild reputation. They do bad and later, do good is maybe likened to armed robbers going to church after heinous operations. Freeman et al., 2010, argue that CSR activities come as moral substitutes to compensate for previous irresponsible activities. Similarly, Ormiston and Wong, 2013, talked about CSR's moral licensing, doing something good that misleads stakeholders' feelings, and window dressing or cosmetic coloration, programs that preempt government from enforcing stricter regulations as likely options of covering wrongs. These tools, to a reasonable extent, are the aftermath of false dichotomies of economic versus social, business versus ethics, or stakeholder interests versus societal interests. Though a morally situated purpose that lies on ethical domain defends a firm against such dichotomies, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017. Stakeholder and stakeholder theory. Corporations affect external environments. They act on stakeholders to establish favorable environments, giving rise to stakeholder theory and similar theories. Sometimes juxtaposed as external environments, classic, broad, and unambiguous definition of stakeholder describes it as any identifiable persons, group of persons, organizations, or concerned constituencies that have existential interests, rights, and/or ownership in an organization and its activities. They are entities outside the firm, which the organization aims to influence, and which have impact on the organization's existence. Murray and Vogel, 1997. Scholars Freeman, 1984, Freeman et al., 2010, Kotler and Keller, 2009, opined that such individuals directly or indirectly affect, restrict, exchange stuffs, or are affected by the organization's actions. Objectives and policies. The phrase outside the firm as used above tends not to undermine the activities of internal environment, e.g., employees and shareholders, as powerful voice in the affairs of any organizations. Simply put, stakeholders have vested interests in the corporation and are affected by its actions. They benefit when the corporation prospers and suffer when it is harmed by misfortune. These definitions foretell that stakeholders contribute either voluntarily or involuntarily to corporations' wealth creation and are potential beneficiaries and risk bearers. Further conceptualization of stakeholders spans primary or participant and secondary or non-participant. Clarkson, 1995. Where the former is indispensable for corporate survival, and the latter affect or is affected by the corporation but is not. Engaged in transactions with the corporation and is not as essential as the former in corporate survival. Metcalf, 1998. Indeed, stakeholders are critical to corporate lives since they may work in accord to achieve common goals or diametrically oppose each other on issues affecting long-term corporate existence. Amron et al., 2013. Greenfield, 2004. Jones and Nisbet, 2011. Another perspective of stakeholder anchors possibilities of benefit, providers/receivers, and risk, providers/bearers. Sachs et al., 2006. Starrick and Kaneshiro, 2020. As well as myriads of heterogeneous and integrated set of stakeholders. See Fig. One market-based, e.g. customers, trade partners and competitors. Resource-based, e.g. suppliers, employees, directors, banks and owners/investors, and social and political-based, e.g. governments and their agencies. Regulatory agencies, environmentalists, trade and labor unions, political parties, NGOs and social groups, and the media. Scholars note that stakeholder approach to CSR suggests that managing the pluralistic principles associated with stakeholder relationships recognizes that CSR disclosure serves as competitive asset. Aguilera et al. 2007, Eligito 10, 2007. Freeman et al. 2010, that often requires the import of stakeholder theory to build distinctiveness and improved stakeholder support. Amron et al. 2013, Lee 2011. Reed, 1998. Recognizing that corporations owe obligation and responsibility to different stakeholders, the stakeholder theory serves as a managerial tool to attract and/or maintain stakeholder support for Mullen and Riches. 2016, Freeman and Dmitriev. 2017. Nikolova and Arsik, 2017, through balancing interests/claims and treating shareholders as one of the claimants, Health and Norman. 2004, in lieu of having more privileges over other stakeholders, Orts and Strudler, 2002. Ruff et al., 2001. Figure 1. Stakeholder Framework. Full-size image. Stakeholder theory graduates stakeholders in terms of their corporate importance and apportions resultant attention. Cooper et al., 2001, Freeman and Dmitriev. 2017, needed to address their different expectations and conflicting interests. Freeman et al., 2010, Risi et al., 2023, Sin et al., 2006. With the theory, choosing which stakeholder dialogue practices to adopt and why is guided because corporations' responsibility transcends owners' and employees' interests and includes creating stakeholders' values and aligning the stakeholders' dynamic expectations with corporate direction. Mitchell et al., 1997, proposed urgency, legitimacy, and power as the key stakeholder attributes, whose different mixes in some cases foretell the amount of corporate attention to give to each stakeholder. Urgency refers to the time of sensitivity and how dear the claim is to the stakeholder. Legitimacy is the appropriateness of the stakeholder's claims. Thorne et al., 2003, and power is the ability to bring desired outcomes. Starrick and Kaneshiro, 2020. Mitchell et al., 1997. Nikolova and Arsik, 2017. These mean the delivery of profit maximization goal and stakeholders' benefits and expectations in order to propose an insightful relationship map that guide decision on dealing with the different stakeholders even as organizations move in different stages of life cycle. Therefore, the stakeholder theory provides potentially insightful theoretical lenses to address stakeholder issues, build stakeholders' information and value systems, as well as situational behaviors to systematically guide decisions to protect and/or balance different interests, and to predict corporate behavior and measure outcomes. In keeping with scholars, Doherty and Palashchuk, 2022, Clifton and Amron, 2010, Ahamd et al., 2014, Amron et al., 2013, Kotler and Keller, 2009, Fig. 1 grants category-compliant levels of salience, thus specifying and prioritizing stakeholders to whom corporations are accountable to in terms of recognizing their expectations or rights. In CSR disclosures, that is, developing a CSR framework and corporate activities to deal with the prioritized arrays of people's interests and to build consistent relationship with all. Although one may have more than one stake in a corporation, a review of scholars, Carroll, 1979, Starrick and Kaneshiro, 2020, Clarkson, 1995, Cooper et al., 2001, Leputer and Heen, 2006, indicated the different stakeholders and their expectations as shown in Table 1. Below. These suggest that the proposed framework, see Fig. 1, makes for a resounding theoretical base that provides in a normative manner more practical guide to decisions because it addresses the significance of property rights in the society, the dynamic expectations of each stakeholder, and captures same when crafting and implementing strategy. The framework, subtly distinctive, showcases the roles, rights, responsibilities, and legitimacies of different actors and stakeholders. The property rights in the context of stakeholders suggest that organizations care not only for those that provided the financial resources, e.g., resource-based stakeholders, but also those that contribute other firm-specific investments such as knowledge and networks, market-based stakeholders, and social and political stakeholders. Such rights involve integrating stakeholders since corporate wealth distribution is organized in accordance with stakeholders' contributions/capitals and risk spans wealth creation process. Table 1, Stakeholders' Objectives or Expectations. Full-size table. These are necessary to discourage shareholder activism and to surge sustainable and responsible investment, SRI. In most economies, shareholder activism on CSR issues, especially those on environmental and social, E&S, resolutions is on surge, demanding further engagement between companies, their shareholders, and other stakeholders. For SRI, actual and potential environmentalists, investors, and consumers evaluate CSR issues when making demands, as well as investment and purchase decisions. Recall that CSR programs affect corporate performance given that firms' involvement in social responsibilities represents its genuine care and concern for the welfare and well-being of its stakeholders. Studies show that firms' financial strength relates to its ability to design and implement CSR strategy that proficiently manages its relationships with stakeholders, Aguilera et al. 2007, Donaldson and Preston, 1995, because stakeholders regularly seek information on how the firm makes impact on them, Deegan and Unerman, 2006, Greenfield, 2004. Jenkins, 2009. Reed. 1998. CSR and Stakeholder Theory. Ethical and stakeholder thoughts involve CSR and stakeholder theory as critical concepts. These concepts are discrete though overlap in most ramifications, suggesting cloudy distinction in their meanings, relationships, and boundaries. Scholars, Ahlstrom, 2010, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Starek and Kaneshiro, 2020. Posit that the jargons of CSR and stakeholder theory crosscut in the issues they address, but from different perspectives. Hence, their usefulness and application depend on the problems to solve. However, studies provide evidence of improved clarity on their relationships while undoubtedly proving that they look at the same business issues from slightly different perspectives. Regardless that some scholars treat either concepts as subsets of the other, Bush et al., 2010, Garriga and Mele, 2004, and others perceive them as somewhat competing, Ahlstrom, 2010. Lee, 2011, or complementary, Jenkins, 2009, Russo and Perini, 2010. Both stress on integrating society's interests into business operations or press for corporate responsibility toward societies, albeit at different paces and lengths, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Thou, 2021. Scholars, Aguilera et al., 2007, Lee, 2011, O'Riordan and Fairbrass, 2008. Opine that both enjoy empirical and theoretical links and rekindle corporations as creating as much value as possible for stakeholders, thus ensuring that stakeholders' expectations move in the same direction. Further, They assist to build public image and long-term relationships with stakeholders and facilitate cooperation with and support from stakeholders, which ultimately contribute to higher corporate performance. Specifically, stakeholder theory takes into account wider consequences within the surrounding societies and communities where the corporation operates. Hence, it examines the nature of CSR adoption and its link with corporate outcome. Freeman, 1984, Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Freeman et al., 2010. Because corporate social and environmental involvements are instruments of genuine care and concern for stakeholders. Donaldson and Preston, 1995, Zhao, 2021. The stakeholder theory brings a new dominant world into CSR that defines corporate obligations and responsibilities to every stakeholder and integrates same into strategy. Scholars Freeman, 1984, Freeman et al., 2010, Jones, 1995, Reed, 1998, Tangamani et al., 2017, attest that such insights explain and predict the relationship between CSR and stakeholders since corporations are continuously involved in CSR activities to build or rebuild trust, support, and cooperation from stakeholders. Freeman, 1984, proposes that stakeholder theory explains firms' motivations with respect to CSR disclosure, emphasizing that corporate sustainability and survival predominantly lie on relationships with and value delivery to stakeholders. In addition to what stakeholder theory is known for, it addresses company responsibilities toward financiers and suppliers. Tangamani et al., 2017, while CSR rarely emphasizes such stakeholder groups, though corporate responsibility may be multidirectional. CSR stretches social orientation further to its maximum domain. Responsibility programs are unidirectional, company to communities and societies, and do not focus on a particular stakeholder groups. Though recently social responsibilities could be tailored per stakeholder. Amron et al., 2013, Jenkins, 2009, Cantabutra and Ketprapakern, 2020, Vormetal and Rude, 2009, Murray and Vogel, 1997, and Eligito 10, 2007, assert that CSR represents a significant element that determines the relationship between the organization and its stakeholders. Unlike stakeholder theory and corporate responsibilities, which assume generalist philosophies or overall range of responsibilities, CSR assumes a social mindset with narrow perspective by focusing on specific stream of social issues and prioritizing corporate responsibilities for special treatment on communities and society at large. The social vibe of CSR narrows disclosures and programs on, say, access to education and healthcare services, as well as improved environmental conditions for the community or the society at large. Tangamani et al., 2017, gave instance where corporations design CSR programs to fight diseases and poverty or to emphasize charity, volunteering, environmental efforts, and ethical labor practices even when they have no single operation in some of the beneficiaries' domain and no particular expertise in-house to deliver the tasks. Thus, when corporations are viewed holistically in terms of their overall purpose and mission, value, effectiveness and productivity, and impact on stakeholders, then stakeholder theory will provide the operating guides and stipulate companies' responsibilities to all stakeholders under the term corporate responsibilities, which naturally go beyond the domain of CSR. When corporations move from general to particular in their dealings with stakeholders, such as trimming down corporate responsibilities to local communities or society at large, then the focus is social orientation or CSR. For corporate responsibilities to employees and customers, CSR predominantly focuses on ethical labor practices and environmental efforts, unidirectional, whereas stakeholder theory attempts to deliver in full corporate responsibilities toward these stakeholders, as well as the stakeholders' responsibilities towards the company and its other stakeholders. Thus, stakeholder theory and corporate responsibility are multidirectional. Therefore, stakeholder theory helps to develop CSR framework on accounts that stakeholders are recognized as group of people affected by corporations' operations. Jenkins, 2009, Freeman, 1984, Risi et al., 2023, Nikolova and Arsic, 2017. Further, stakeholder theory and CSR view the corporation's scope differently. The stakeholder theory perceives the corporation as stipulating corporate responsibilities for immediate stakeholders, customers, employees, financiers and suppliers, and communities. Scholars Fatima and Albana, 2022, Freeman, 1984, Freeman et al., 2010, Smith, 1996. Anchored that perspective on the theory's claim that corporations operate in the interests of all her stakeholders, and the stakeholders themselves are interdependent, to the extent that value created for one has multiplier or spillover effects. Stakeholder interdependence and chain effect. CSR, on the other hand, perceives corporations from the perspective of the society at large. CSR prioritizes some responsibilities over others. For instance, firms' responsibilities to the society, mainly communities and partially employees and customers, over responsibilities to other stakeholders, financiers, suppliers, shareholders, etc. Figure 2 explains the visual relationship between stakeholder theory and CSR. First, both throw emphases on firms' responsibilities to communities and societies. Second, stakeholder theory focuses on narrow reach of corporate activities, local communities and surrounding society, primary and secondary, where the firm operates, whereas CSR extends social orientation much further and outside the stakeholder circle. Figure 2. Relationship between stakeholder theory and CSR. Full-size image. Aligning CSR and stakeholder via stakeholder dialogue ladder. Recall that corporate performance is a function of symbiotic relationship between CSR and stakeholders, nay stakeholder theory. Jones, 1995, shows that CSR disclosure is a dependable strategy to build and/or maintain stakeholder support. Thus, organizations that are socially responsible experience high levels of performance. Tokuro, 2007, proposed the relationship between stakeholders and business management, and between CSR and stakeholders, with a focus on CSR. The traditional theory of business suggests that the orientations of exchange and restriction justify the relationships between corporations and stakeholders because at one end, stakeholders display restrictiveness on corporate entities and at another, they take value in exchange, or what Vargo and Lush, 2004, referred to as operant ethos, paranoid or functionally siloed operation of the Fordist dialectic. Value in use, operant and two-way flow of values, value chain orientation, end-to-end stakes and system theory appeals ensue when relationship matures to parties turning resource exchange partners. Further, the activities of movement for the survival of the Ogoni people, MOSOP, championed by Slade environmentalist Ken Saro-Wiwa, posed serious restrictions that metamorphosed into grounding of SPDC's operations for want of CSR. However, while it is phenomenal to keenly observe the specific characteristics of these relationships, it is epical to note that corporation-stakeholder relationship in the contemporary world of globalization and knowledge economy has further spanned non-belligerence nature of resource exchanges to new property of value creation. because doing good in CSR is synonymous with creating value for stakeholders. Value creation attempts to take corporate perspectives beyond the traditional domain by giving stronger credence to CSR via identifying with the emerging wave of intensive and energetic stakeholder dialogue as a way to create value to every stakeholder or to recover corporate social standing amid severe criticism. Suffice it to say that globalization, ICT, and knowledge economy infuse increasingly diverse and complex connections between stakeholders and corporations and reposition corporations beyond mere profit growth and/or pandering of corporate interest. Corporate sustainability is only guaranteed in the 21st century if undiluted attention is paid to the opinions and demands of the various stakeholders and attempts are made to factor them into the decision-making process. Scholars opine that stakeholder resistance to propositional and conformance values relates to intelligence failure. Edmondson, 2011, Greenfield, 2004. Thus nonconformist, stakeholder dynamic idiosyncrasies, post-Fordist attraction, Frank, 2000. Holt, 2000, and passive, voicer, irate, antagonist, and activist movements, Zytham et al. 2006, are critical processes that promote stakeholder dialogue and/or town hall meeting as a very useful arsenal in business management, with CSR playing a pivotal role. Stakeholder endorsement is a critical competitive advantage, given that stakeholder dialogue unveils stakeholders' complexities and value propositions more than extant theories, and permits leveraging on stakeholders' knowledge and skills for social ends. As organs of the society, whose basic purpose lies outside within the ethical and responsible standpoints, Abel, 1980, Drucker, 1974, Thompson and Strickland. 1987, corporations use stakeholder dialogue to ensure the inspiring purpose, including corporate direction, vision, mission, and strategy for which they are birthed and known for are not forgotten as the corporation grows to maturity. Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, Freeman et al., 2010. That a corporation always sits on moral purpose and upholds stakeholder theory of creating values for all stakeholders makes stakeholder dialogue worthwhile and weaken the gory dichotomy of using CSR to cover ill-doing as the reason for wrongdoing. Further, there are unfounded dichotomies that may be cleared by stakeholder dialogue, especially on the grounds of stakeholder interdependence. Amid scarce resources, trade-offs may ensue in corporate decisions because impacting on the communities suggests disadvantaged stockholders. Higher employee incentives go with less values to other stakeholders, and/or fair deals with suppliers amount to customers paying more. Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, posit that stakeholder dialogue resonates stakeholder interdependence and chain behavior, given that value to one stakeholder also contributes to values to others. For instance, impacting on the communities and societies rubs off on owners' returns by way of higher stock values, higher credit rating, higher patronage, motivated and dedicated employees, improved corporate reputation, just as impacting on suppliers and/or employees may trickle down on the quality of value delivered to the customers. However, the significance of stakeholder dialogue in synergizing CSR. Stakeholder and stakeholder theory inform the proposition of a four-stage stakeholder dialogue ladder that reflects the corporation's extent of development and her frequency and intensity of interaction with its stakeholders. Figure 3 reports that at the base category, corporation-stakeholder relationship involves one-sided flow of information from the corporation or more autocratic approach, because the stakeholder is rarely involved in the CSR report releases, information on homepages, and explanatory meetings. Perhaps this works when CSR is used to cover wrongdoing. Freeman and Dmitriev, 2017, when rigid mindset of Adam Smith and Milton Friedman subsists, when the corporation is new and does not know much about the stakeholders. Interest, when issues require reactive measures or some other reasons. The next category involves social interaction or two-way communication. Opinion sharing, which Katz and Lazarsfeld, 1955, relate to as listening to and sharing of opinions, attitude development, and behavior stimulation. The Maussian's gift-giving theory suggests that corporate life-saving ideas are shared for free when stakeholders are given the opportunity of interaction with the firm, Mauss, 1990. Thus, opinion sharing involves holding CSR report and town hall meetings, whereupon outsiders contribute to improve meeting of minds, though there is the obvious risk of the discussion having little content and lacking well-defined focus. Figure 3. Stakeholder Dialogue Ladder. Full-size image. Conclusion. The stakeholders are categorized into resource-based, market-based, and socio-political-based dialectics. They influence and are influenced by corporations. In the contemporary knowledge economy, corporations are critically besieged with the growing hegemonies and expectations from better-informed and diverse stakeholders and more specific pressures to address societal issues amidst internal calls to generate wealth and/or greater financial security. Scholarly calls on CSR stir up, coerce, or force corporations to redefine their responsibilities to the stakeholders and to integrate social, environmental, and economic concerns into business processes and strategies in a manner that impacts on the society more transparently than ever before. Greenfield, 2004. Kotler and Lee, 2005. Corporations are seriously pressured to implement actions that protect the environment, fight against exclusion, and contribute to local economies, and because CSR contributes to social interaction and sustainable development, it provides the panacea to such pressures. In business and political settings, CSR represents an aspect of corporate responsibilities oriented towards social ends and which aids the understanding of corporate obligations and duties towards society as expressed in Carroll's 1979, Pyramid, Economic, Profit-making and delivery of quality product, legal, abiding by laws, rules and regulations, ethical, respect for ethical standards and principles shared within corporate environment, and philanthropic, fairness and service to charity or humanity. The stakeholder theory attempts to analyze the interests of those groups to whom the corporation is responsible to and the scope of responsibility due to each stakeholder because organizational success is increasingly shaped by stakeholder relationships. Stakeholder theory explains the motive behind CSR. However, though CSR policies are often less structured and formalized, reactive, still corporations attempt to adopt interesting and proficient behaviors to manage societal issues in the present knowledge economy. The CSR practices are diverse in meaning and context within corporate strategy. Some, e.g., Milton Friedman and Adam Smith, focus on instrumental theories and wealth creation, in which case CSR is fundamentally synonymous with profit maximization and financial performance under societal constraint, and others, e.g., Lord Keynes and New Institutional Economics, take more of integrative theories and global performance and perceive CSR to create value for a broad range of stakeholders. Further, the meaning and scope of CSR activities depend on firms' strategic positioning. Some CSR policies could be defensive to limit constraints, and others defined to be proactive to seek new opportunities. Defensive behavior, though may be profitable, is highly pragmatic and may in the long run be counterproductive if the corporation sermonizes without the cognate actions. Practically, defensive behavior involves running limited CSR programs to minimize risks or to respond to stakeholders' pressures. Costello and Lozano, 2009. Hom and Larilla, 2009. For instance, corporations follow professionally prescribed standards to provide employee health and safety and to save natural environment through managing pollution, waste, and energy consumption in order to avert penalties and legal issues. Active perspective is strategic and proactive in creating shared values for corporation sustainability, given that corporations use CSR programs to foresee and identify new business opportunities, such as developing new products, processes and technologies, transforming corporations' business model, and accessing new markets. The paper therefore concludes that subject to the problem to solve, the languages of both CSR and stakeholder theory are useful and that the dichotomies of covering wrongdoing and creating falsehoods could be addressed when firms adopt stakeholder dialogue and collaboration that update on the development of stakeholder-friendly CSR programs. By so doing, corporations and stakeholders see themselves as partners in lieu of adversaries, because corporations follow the philosophy of issue and purpose-driven within the moral archetype, create values for all, and allow interdependent stakeholders' spirit with its rub-off effects to ensue. Implicit is that corporations need to continually make strong commitment to CSR since there is a strong relationship between corporations' CSR activities and its stakeholders and the actual corporation's performance. In conclusion, understanding disruption as a force that transcends industries and systems is essential for effective business strategy in today's rapidly changing environment. Critically assessing how technologies, socioeconomic forces, and political shifts drive change equips you to develop strategies that embrace innovation while addressing potential risks. The unit also emphasizes the importance of stakeholder engagement and corporate responsibility, ensuring businesses can thrive in a landscape shaped by disruption while remaining accountable to societal and ethical concerns. Introduction. As we explore the future of work, it is essential to consider the significant shifts expected in employment and industry due to advancements in AI, robotics, and biotechnology. The fourth industrial revolution is already reshaping job markets, with increased automation threatening low-skill positions while creating new opportunities for knowledge-intensive roles. This unit will guide you through the major trends impacting the workforce, including non-standard forms of employment, the growing importance of lifelong learning, and the evolution of social welfare systems to address the challenges posed by technological disruptions. Abstract. Work has been continuously changing throughout history. The most severe changes to work occurred because of the industrial revolutions, and we are living in one of these moments. To allow us to address these changes as early as possible, mitigating important problems before they occur, we need to explore the future of work. As such, our purpose in this paper is to discuss the main global trends and provide a likely scenario for work in 2050 that takes into consideration the recent changes caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The study was performed by 13 researchers with different backgrounds divided into 5 topics that were analyzed individually using 4 future studies methods: bibliometrics, brainstorming, futures wheel, and scenarios. As the study was done before COVID-19, 7 researchers of the original group later updated the most likely scenario with new bibliometrics and brainstorming. Our findings include that computerization advances will further reduce the demand for low-skill and low-wage jobs. Non-standard employment tends to be better regulated. New technologies will allow a transition to a personalized education process. Workers will receive knowledge-intensive training, making them more adaptable to new types of jobs. Self-employment and entrepreneurship will grow in the global labor market, and universal basic income would not reach its full potential, but income transfer programs will be implemented for the most vulnerable population. Finally, we highlight that this study explores the future of work in 2050 while considering the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Introduction. Work has been continuously changing throughout history. Industrial revolutions represent profound changes in the means of production, and they change work in a short period. We had 3 industrial revolutions. The first was the implementation of factory-based production using steam-powered machines. The second was characterized by changes in production provided by electricity. And the third was triggered by information and computation technologies. 1, 2. New technologies and their combined use, such as artificial intelligence, AI, robotics, biotechnology, and nanotechnology, are seen as the starting point of the 4th Industrial Revolution. 3. These technologies are intrinsically associated with socio-economic changes which, combined, will bring new possibilities for the future of work. Hence, the goal of this study is to use a long-term analysis perspective that considers technological development and socio-economic changes to explore what work will look like in 2050. The future of work is a challenging topic due to its importance ranging from the global economy to social well-being. Therefore, we hope to help decision-makers from companies, governments, and elsewhere to recognize the changes ahead to better guide our society. The methodology of the study is based on foresight. We use 4 methods from future research, namely bibliometrics, brainstorming, futures wheel, and scenarios to present the main global trends that are most relevant for the future of work. These trends were then further analyzed and consolidated in a likely scenario for work in 2050. According to Grupp and Linstone, 4, several countries utilize foresight for policymaking such as EUA, Germany, France, the UK, Spain, Austria, the Republic of Korea, 5, Hungary, South Africa, Thailand, Indonesia, Japan, 6, Canada, 7, India, 8, and Brazil, 9. Therefore, this study contributes to the understanding of the current situation of work and its current future trends, the needed knowledge to perform policymaking changes. In recognition of the tremendous impact of the pandemic on work, 10, and its future, our study was updated with the most recent academic research about the COVID-19 pandemic by new bibliometrics, brainstorming, and an update of the scenarios previously created. However, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, several studies 11, 12, attempted to understand the dynamics behind the future of work and develop sets of scenarios. Methodology. This section details the methodology used in this work. First, we present the study dynamics, detailing who participate in the study, how the study was placed in time, number and types of sessions, the foresight methods used, specific goals for each method, and how each method contributed to achieving our main goal, which is to provide scenarios for the future of work in the 2050 horizon. Second, we introduce each method used and explain how they were used in the context of this work. Foresight studies follow no specific methodology. Each study tailors the methodology according to its goals. However, the literature indicates that foresight becomes more reliable when different and complementary methods are combined. 13. Once they provide multiple perspectives for the analysis, reducing the probability of a biased result. Therefore, we used a foresight framework that generalizes foresights as workflows, 14, to structure the study. In this study, we decided to present our results as scenarios, which is a method to develop consistent evolutions of the future based on a set of assumptions, 15, and present the results efficiently to third parties such as decision makers. We use the following methods to build the scenarios: bibliometrics, brainstorming, and futures wheel, respectively. These methods are mostly qualitative. Thus, the participants were oriented to base their conclusions on the data gathered in the bibliometrics method. The study dynamic. The study was performed by 13 researchers, including the moderators, with different backgrounds, for example, in computer engineering, production engineering, public management, architecture and urbanism, and design. These researchers were divided into 5 groups, taking into consideration their expertise and interests, corresponding to different topics regarding the future of work: computerization/automation, 2 researchers, employment, 2 researchers, education, 3 researchers, social welfare, 2 researchers, and economy, 2 researchers. The topics were defined by a literature review, 16, that was previously done by researchers of the future of work. The other moderator is an expert in future studies. These 2 moderators participated in all groups, guiding the participants to follow the methodology and providing suggestions as necessary. It is also worth noting that the moderators presented and discussed the results of each step of the methodology in meetings with all the participants of the study. Furthermore, the guidance provided by the moderators and the participation of, at least, 2 participants for each topic helped to reduce biases and ensured that, even though each topic had a relatively small number of researchers, methods such as brainstorming and futures wheel were performed as group activities, integrating the entire interdisciplinary group of 13 people in the collaboration efforts to ensure the quality of the results. The study was conducted during 8 sessions, once per week. Each session had an approximate duration of 2 hours. Since the duration and format of the sessions were defined before the execution of the study, there were few absences from the participants, and most of them were communicated previously. In absences, the moderators explained the work to be done by email and were available to answer any question. Since most of the work was done in the week between the sessions, each group could perform meetings to produce their contributions. However, the brainstorming for all groups was performed in a single 5H session with mandatory attendance. This study was performed with the aid of software named Tiamat 17. Tiamat software is a modular collaborative foresight support system designed to support on-site and remote, through the Internet, studies using the concept of foresight method workflow. 17. The software was used in several studies: 12, 18, 19, 20. 21, before and allowed the moderators to orchestrate the study, all participants to communicate asynchronously, and serve as a repository that offers traceability to the intermediary results. The Tiamat framework offers a process that can be followed independently from the software. Therefore, although we use the computer system to support the study, no special software is required to perform our methodology. In the first session, the moderators presented the methodology and the Tiamat software and also divided the researchers into the aforementioned 5 groups. Between the first and the second session, the participants were responsible to search the literature and gather relevant material to be analyzed. The use of bibliometrics is useful to level the knowledge among the interdisciplinary participants, gather and store the state-of-the-art of the topics of the study, and select primary citations for further writing future scenarios. Details of the results are presented in the next section. In the second session, each group presented its findings and the participants had the opportunity to recommend papers to other groups. Each participant would then have 2 weeks to fully read the papers considered important for their topics. The third session was focused on discussing their findings until the moment. Each participant would share how the documents that were read up until that session contributed to understanding the future of the topic assigned to their group. Also, the participants were encouraged to share any trends found in the reading that was related to the topic studied by another group, thus stimulating the collaboration between groups. In the fourth session, the moderators performed 5 brainstorming sessions, one for each group, in which the researchers presented the main events they found. For example, the employment group found the event, more flexibility in the employment contract. In the brainstorming, we discussed the impacts of each event and proposed new events from the discussion. The brainstorming ended with voting on which events should be included in the next steps. The moderators lead the brainstorming sessions according to Osborne's brainstorming guidelines for the generation of ideas, 22. The participants from the other topics were allowed to participate since many papers that they read also discuss other participants' topics and their different perspectives may contribute to the topic in discussion. The output of the brainstorming is a list of possible future events regarding the topic of the group. These possible future events were used as input for the next method, Futures Wheel. Between the 4th and 5th sessions, the groups were invited to develop a Futures Wheel, 23, a method that stimulates participants to discover events that are consequences of other events. The Futures Wheel also establishes cause-consequence relationships among events, which are highlighted in a graph format. We started the Futures Wheel of each group with the events discovered in the brainstorming as initial events, allowing the participants to include, remove, or modify events while they indicate cause-consequence relationships between events, i.e., discovering primary and secondary consequences of events. In the 5th session, each group presented and discussed their Futures Wheel. At the end of the 5th session, the moderators asked the groups to use the list of expanded events developed during the brainstorming and Futures Wheel to identify and develop the main trends for each topic using the scenarios technique and the literature already gathered to support their research. New literature could be added further. We call trend a set of possible future events that told a cohesive matter, heavily supported by the literature, not only the literature gathered in the bibliometric step. Each group developed trends related to the topic of their study. In the 6th and 7th sessions, the participants presented the trends for each topic. After the 7th session, the moderators dismissed the topic division, joining all participants to develop 3 scenarios, one which considers the best outcome for each event, one that considers the worst outcome for each event, and one that considers the most likely outcome for each event. The participants were asked to check the consistency of each scenario produced. Therefore, the 8th session was focused to check the produced scenarios. The moderators provided 1 extra week for the participants to fix all spelling and formatting errors and analyze the proposed suggestions from the 8th session. The final version of the scenarios was delivered using the Tiamat software. This study encounters dynamic is presented in Fig. 1. Figure 1. Study dynamic diagram. Full-size image. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we knew that our study had to be updated to consider its impact. The update was done in 2 months, from June to August 2020, by gathering 7 of the researchers involved in the first part of the study and assigning at least one of them to each of the 5 topics of the research. The methodologies applied to explore the impact of COVID-19 on the future of work and update the trend scenarios were bibliometrics and brainstorming. The bibliometrics was based on 42 papers about the impact of COVID-19 on the different topics that were being studied, with several reports serving as a support to grasp the scenario that was unfolding during the pandemic. Then, the group reviewed the likely scenario to consider how the combination of these individual impacts would change the future of work in 2050. We performed the update without face-to-face sessions, as expected during the COVID restrictions. The resulting trend scenarios presented in Section 3 and the likely scenario presented in Section 4 already consider the COVID-19 pandemic impact on the future of work. The methodology in practice. In this section, we formalize the study dynamics. First, we provide a global view of the study in the form of a workflow. Second, we explain how each method works and provide results for methods from one topic as an example of the methodology. The topic of employment will be used to illustrate the methodology in this section. Since trends and scenarios are the main findings presented in detail in this work, we present in this section only example results from bibliometrics, brainstorming, and futures wheel. We highlight that the participants were trained and guided during the study to produce high-quality data and guarantee its uniformity and consistency. In Fig. 2, we present our methodology in the form of a workflow following the foresight framework proposed by Barbosa, 14. Figure 2. Study workflow. Full-size image. The 5 topics were analyzed individually using 4 methods: bibliometrics, brainstorming, futures wheel, and scenarios. Bibliometrics. Bibliometric analysis is the analysis of large numbers of scientific documents. Bibliometric analysis is usually taken from patent and scientific publication databases, 24, and should be combined with other measures or expert opinions to be balanced, 25. The bibliometric analysis summarizes document characteristics for statistical analysis and infers linkage among documents, where it may be used to find indirect links among concepts. 26. For inferring the linkage among documents, there are a few approaches: co-citation analysis, co-word analysis, and mapping. Co-citation increases the linkage between documents as they cite the same references. Co-word increases the linkage between documents as they use the same relevant words. Mapping presents the bibliometric data and findings, facilitating its interpretation by humans. In this study context, we used bibliometrics to perform a simple literature review, using both scientific databases and documents available on the Internet, such as governmental reports. Therefore, the researchers gathered data in the literature to build a knowledge base, used to identify trends and support scenarios. Moderators did not enforce the use of systematic reviews of the literature. Therefore, we infer the use of random search on several bases and Google to include gray literature. Snowballing was also allowed. We expected to reach beyond the academic literature, including data from technical reports from governmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, think tanks, and companies to capture early signals of change and enrich the study by providing plural views about the future of work. Due to the time restriction between the sessions, we backed down from performing a mapping of the literature. The summary of the bibliometrics results is presented in Table 1. Table 1 General results for the bibliometrics method. Full-size table. As an example of an output of the bibliometrics method, Table 2 presents the results from the employment group. Table 2 results for the bibliometrics method for the employment group. Full-size table. Brainstorming. Brainstorming 22 is a group technique focused on idea generation that frees its participants from criticism. 27. Osborne's brainstorming guidelines for the generation of ideas. No immediate concern for quality or evaluation, in a set time frame, encourage building on the ideas of others, and recorded by a non-idea contributing facilitator/scribe. 28. Although brainstorming is a very old concept, it is still widely used. Putman and Paulus, 29, proposed a set of rules based on the original Osborne's rules, but extended for interactive groups. Putman and Paulus, 29, proposed rules to avoid criticism, stimulate freewheeling in other participants' ideas, stimulate quantity over quality of ideas, stimulate the combination and improvement of ideas, avoid losing focus on the task, avoid moments of silence, and stimulate review previously ideas and categories. In this study context, we use brainstorming to raise possible future events of each group research topic: computerization/automation, employment, education, social welfare, and economy on work, based on the literature analyzed in the previous step, bibliometrics. Moderators place these events are the starting point for the further analysis performed by each research group, following the Putman and Paulus rules. Participants were stimulated to use the literature to develop the events, which were not limited to the bibliometrics results, i.e., the participants could perform snowballing, for example, to gather more information. However, the main source of possible future events comes from their understanding of the complex scenario and their further reasoning into ideas. Such ideas, even if they exist, are not easily findable in the literature. Finally, we voted on the list of proposed ideas, developing basic trends to be further analyzed. We present the selected brainstorming events from the employment group in Table 3. Table 3 results for the brainstorming method for the employment group. Full-size table. Futures Wheel. The Futures Wheel 23 is a method to identify the consequences of trends and events. For the sake of simplicity, we will refer to trends or events only as events. Starting initial events, the participants define a set of primary consequences. The participants should ask themselves 3 questions to discover the consequences. If this event occurs, then what happens next? What necessarily goes with this event? And what are the impacts or consequences? The Futures Will analysis continues recursively, i.e., each primary consequence is analyzed to generate a set of secondary consequences. Although the Futures Will may go on indefinitely, rarely does it go further than the tertiary consequences, mostly because the complexity of the analysis grows exponentially. Contradictory consequences may also occur, and the participants must consider them. The participants of the Futures Will map the event to its consequences, producing concentric graphs, which highlight the potential complexity of interactions, showing that the consequences do not happen all at once, but in an evolutionary, interactive sequence. 23. In this study context, we used Futures Will to further discuss the events listed in the brainstorms. Therefore, the Futures Will mapped the events to their consequences, producing concentric graphs of primary, secondary, and tertiary consequences. New events were included as a result of this analysis. The Futures Will from the employment group is shown in Fig. 3. Figure 3. Futures Will from the employment group. Full-size image. Scenarios. Scenarios are possible evolutions of the future consistent with some set of assumptions. 15. Scenarios have been termed the archetypal product of futures studies. 30. They can be achieved through creative thinking about future possibilities, explorative scenarios, as well as through active working towards the production of a desirable future or set of futures. Normative scenarios. 31. Scenarios represent the combination of a set of extrapolated current trends or projections, and these must be internally consistent, i.e., not contradict each other. For example, when analyzing possible futures related to ATM usage, a scenario where an increase in cashless money transfer and an increase in the usage of ATMs by the general population should be pruned, as these events are mutually exclusive, therefore making the scenario inconsistent. 32. Indeed, Shoemaker, 33, suggests that 3 tests of internal consistency are especially useful. Firstly, remove scenarios with trends whose time frames do not match. Secondly, remove scenarios in which predicted outcomes are inconsistent with each other. Lastly, remove scenarios in which major players are placed in unlikely positions. In this study context, we used scenarios to analyze the events and developed the trend scenarios that are presented in detail in Section 3, using each group futures wheel and literature gathered. Therefore, the trend scenarios discuss trends for each topic of the study, and they are heavily based on the literature. Finally, we also use scenarios to develop 3 scenarios for work in 2050, an optimistic/positive scenario, a pessimist/negative scenario, and a likely scenario. To develop such scenarios, we dismiss the division of groups into topics, since the scenarios must consider all topics. The scenarios for work in 2050 were built on all the knowledge gathered in all previous steps. Therefore, the scenarios are based on the joint analysis of the trend scenarios to understand how they interact. We also classify the trends as more or less likely to happen and if a trend can be considered good or bad for society. Due to space limitations, we present the likely scenario in Section 4, which considers the combination of the trends for the future of work that the participants considered as most probable. Trend scenarios for future work. This section will present the future trends for the areas analyzed in this study: computerization/automation, employment, education, social welfare, and economics. Computerization/automation. The last century started a transition in industrial automation as machines are increasingly better to make decisions, not only performing manual activities, but allowing more activities to be automated. The most cited paper concerning the topic estimated that 47% of the U.S. workforce was under a high probability of computerization, automation by computer technologies, mainly AI and robotics, in the next decades. 34. Later studies that applied the same methodology showed that the number of workers in occupations that are likely to suffer computerization varies from country to country. In developing economies such as Brazil, the percentage reaches 60%, 35%, while in advanced economies such as the UK, the number drops to 35%. 36. Areas such as the retail market, archiving, data collection and processing, and line assembly operations will be highly impacted. Still, even for workers at higher risk, adopting automation is not simple. It requires analysis of some key points, such as technical feasibility, development and implementation costs, labor market dynamics, considering its demand, costs and social characteristics, economic benefits such as governmental policies, and social acceptance. 37. As automation increases, it will require policies to protect unprepared and vulnerable workers, allowing them to migrate to the new model of production. 38. Underdeveloped nations face higher risks since they are rarely part of the discussion about this topic and are outside of the focus of studies. Erroneous interventions also leave underdeveloped nations incapable to compete against developed nations, producing economic, social, and political inequalities along with technological advancement. 38. It is important to note, however, that unemployment levels have remained stable in the long run, despite disruptions caused by industrial revolutions. As workers migrated to new jobs sometimes enabled by new technologies, or the number of jobs was increased because of a higher consumption. 39, 40. The increasing adoption of automation technologies results in ever lower costs of hardware, sensors, network, processing, and storage, a more refined and accurate set of data allowing tests and studies even without human supervision, and a great expansion and absorption of knowledge unprecedented. 41. The last 20 years have brought remarkable progress in AI, one of the most important technologies in the current wave of automation, and now we can build machines capable of learning even when humans are unable to teach them, producing new knowledge faster than humans. 41. Due to these advances, it will be possible to have AI working with humans as assistants, from reading emails to driving cars. However, it will also raise privacy, security, and ethical issues, with unintended consequences if we cannot identify these challenges promptly. 42. The Internet of Things, IT, is another important automation technology that has been experiencing considerable expansion, especially in areas such as medical and healthcare, smart building, intelligent transportation, industry, and logistics. 43. IT includes low-cost and high-performance processors attached to low-cost sensors. They usually include some form of analytical software, many of them in highly distributed architectures, i.e., cloud computing. 44. IT is a central element of Industry 4.0, where the integration between humans and machines can speed up the production systems by 30%, raising their efficiency by 25%, and allowing a new scale of product customization. 45. IT evolved into the development of smart medical devices, creating the concept of the Internet of Medical Things, IoT. IoT allows real-time monitoring of the health condition of a person using smart sensors and connected devices, and can also help the medical staff at the hospitals by remote monitoring chronic conditions patients at home. Thus, IT reduces the workload on medical staff and becomes a necessity instead of a luxury. 46. The COVID-19 pandemic affects several automation-related segments such as telemedicine, IoT, manufacturing and supply networks, AI, and smart payments. In telemedicine, the increased adoption of telemedicine to keep patients and medical staff safe can be highlighted. One example is telecritical care, TCC, a tool related to telemedicine that enables intensivists in traditional intensive care units, ICU, to speed up critically ill triage, thus improving ICU bed management. In hospitals without ICU, TCC enables remote care for critically ill patients, preventing transferring these patients. Another telemedicine tool is telementoring, in which experts from low-demand areas help their high-demanded peers. During the COVID-19 crisis, intensivists used tiered telementoring to provide consultation on patients with a higher risk from experiencing respiratory and organ failure. One intensivist was capable to oversee 100 to 250 patients through telementoring. 47. Manufacturing is also being adapted for the post-COVID era as workplace standard practices are adapted to the physical distancing policy, thus stimulating concepts such as smart manufacturing and Industry 4.0. 48. 49. AI will be the backbone of automated transportation systems, both on the streets, driverless trucks and cars, and in factories and warehouses, automated guided vehicles. 49. AI is related to the development of cleaning and disinfecting robots as well. 46. Such innovations make manufacturing and supply chains more resilient to human-related interruptions. Finally, smart payment, also known as contactless payment, technologies minimize human contact during cash payments. Their demand tends to continue high in the post-COVID era. 46. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the adoption of several technologies, such as big data, robotics, AI, and IT, as they help companies and society in general to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. In some cases, the adoption of technologies was necessary to maintain the operation of businesses, making digital literacy an essential skill and allowing workers to see technologies more as a tool than a replacement. 50. A movement that started even before the pandemic, as digital skills were already becoming an important determinant of employability in the digital age. 51. 52. The adoption of automation and digitalization tends to intensify during and after the pandemic, as essential activities will use more automation to safely attend to their customers, and activities that can be moved online, such as retail, entertainment, and recreation will be digitalized. 53. Employment. The world is entering its fourth industrial revolution, where technologies such as AI, nanotechnology, 3D printing, robotics, and biotechnology are being used in combination and creating new possibilities for production. 54. Technological unemployment is once again a preoccupation in this new industrial revolution, and it can be defined as non-employment due to our discovery of ways of saving the use of labor, exceeding the pace at which we can find new uses for work. 55. On the other hand, the displacement theory of work affirms that automation will provoke the end of certain careers and the creation of new ones, thus causing little or no harm to employment. Globalization, another major force in the future of employment, has created two trends in the markets: outsourcing and immigration. Remote work is already a reality, even in traditional enterprises such as IBM, where only 42% of employees work in IBM's location. 56. Remote work was only recently adopted by large companies, but in startups, it is already common. The distribution of offices in different places or even spaces for co-work will promote a reduction of expenses for the companies, becoming an alternative to the central offices in costly commercial locations. 57. However, illegal immigration from underdeveloped nations will be motivated by the combination of unemployment, food scarcity, wars, and other extreme situations. 58. There is also a trend for greater flexibility for workers, making it possible for them to mix different part-time jobs. In this scenario, virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, may be used to amplify immersion and collaboration, allowing workers to be where they are needed. 59. The return of the elderly to the workforce will be motivated by the increased difficulty in fulfilling their retirement plans in general, and also by the sense of helping society with their experience. 60. 61. This trend produces a significant impact on society, since organizations can continue to be competitive by having access to a larger pool of qualified professionals, reducing the scarcity of specialists. And the impact on social security systems. 60. Considering advances in the automation of healthcare, increased use of continuous health tracking devices, reduced health costs, and human errors being reduced due to automation, life expectancy, and the time that a person will be able to perform work and actively participate in society tend to increase. 62. 63. According to the International Labor Organization, ILO, 64, non-standard forms of employment have become a contemporary feature of labor markets around the world. In South America, 6 of the 10 young people working in the informal economy today, 65. This trend is not exclusive to developing countries, 66. Recognizing the inevitable growth of non-standard forms of employment, a policy proposed by Harris and Kruger, 67, introduces a new self-employed designation that is not eligible for overtime payment and unemployment insurance, but protects workers by anti-discrimination statutes and gives them the right to organize and withhold taxes. 67. Their employers, be they online or offline, would make tax contributions to the payroll. 67. The labor movement suffered recent changes influenced by globalization and technological change, but has managed to remain relevant as new forms of work and challenges for workers appeared. 68. Some examples of how the labor movement is being organized by digital platforms workers are the App-Based Driver Association, a group from Seattle, U.S. of app-based, e.g., Lyft and Uber, drivers, and Turkopticon, an initiative by the University of California, San Diego that gives the possibility of Amazon Mechanical Turk workers to evaluate their human intelligent tasks. 69. Another way that new labor movements can be created and empowered is by seeking support from traditional unions and other social actors. An example is the Fair Crowd Work Watch, a platform developed by the IG Metall, dominant metalworkers union in Germany, that allows workers to rate platforms, compare their payments with others, and receive legal advisory. 70. The diversity of new workers' movements and the importance of their agenda show that these organizations are likely to continue existing in the future by adapting themselves to each new challenge with the support of technology. Nevertheless, this trend does not mean that traditional unions will become more relevant in the future, as digital platform workers tend to feel a certain apathy towards unions, partly explained by their identification with entrepreneurship. 68. The job losses caused by the current pandemic are expected to be worse than the 2008 crisis because around 38% of the global workforce is in economic sectors that are suffering a collapse in demand, such as manufacturing, hospitality, tourism, and transportation. The crisis is also expected to increase unemployment rates around the world to two-digit numbers, even in places that had very low rates before the pandemic, as the USA and developing countries can experience even worse outcomes. 53. In Italy, an analysis of the impact of the coronavirus on 7,800 companies shows that the aggregate shock on a 3-month horizon is minus 21% and minus 16% in 12 months, with companies canceling 44% of the pre-existing scheduled R&D plans. When it comes to employment, the expected aggregate drop is minus 6.5%. 71. In the USA, a survey of 10,000 households shows the impact of the virus from January to April of this year. The employment rate fell by 5%. Overall spending dropped by $1,000 per month, a 31% drop, especially with mortgages, student, and auto loans, which indicates the possibility of a wave of defaults soon. 42% of employed respondents lost earnings due to the virus, an average of over $5,000. 72. Another challenge brought by the pandemic is the asymmetry of the impact on jobs, as it will disproportionately affect entire social categories as low-skilled, low-wage jobs usually held by minorities, immigrants, women, and other disadvantaged groups will suffer the effects of the crisis in the long term. 50. 53. COVID-19 showed the importance of the low-wage workforce, which comprises a considerable portion of the essential sectors. Immigration systems in advanced economies tend to be more open to high-skilled workers and more restrictive when it comes to low-skilled workers. In the UK, 16.1% of essential workers are foreign-born. Specifically in the health industry, 18.6% of the workforce is foreign and 13.4% of the workforce is not from the European Union. In a sharp crisis like the one caused by COVID-19, immigration systems cannot change quickly enough to supply immigrant workers to needed areas. 46% of foreign-born essential workers in the UK do not meet the post-Brexit immigration rules that stipulate minimum thresholds for immigrants' job skills and wages. 73. Many unemployed people will seek jobs in other cities and countries, leading to migration. Massive migrations to other countries may cause two impacts: anti-immigration laws in the countries receiving immigrants and a lack of young workers to develop the countries, losing their workforce. 74. According to Goniewicz et al., 75, future policies should incorporate lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. Granting refugee status to immigrants is controversial, and pro-immigration policies can cause confusion and conflicts. 74. A policy for long-term social distancing and the gradual personal interactions of low-risk individuals should be implemented. Workplaces should be adapted to facilitate physical distancing. At the micro level, as the measures to control the coronavirus spread involve social distancing, society is experiencing a surge in remote work, specifically working from home. 76. This change brings new challenges to workers as unplugging from work demands is one of the new work-life conflicts. 50. 76, 77, 78. Education. The changes in the world of work will force education to be adapted, and advancements in technology may help teachers to achieve this goal. The education system needs to train increasingly specialized workers due to the end of some careers and the emergency of new ones. 79. This cycle will be more active and impactful in the future, bringing the need for lifelong learning to adapt workers to different jobs. However, the reactive characteristic of changes in education that trains workers for an almost obsolete job to bring them to the current market needs to be adapted, continuously updating their curricula on new job trends, and providing relevant competencies for job opportunities. 79. Governments and education institutions have a key role in keeping education updated for new workers. Governments are also responsible for stimulating the creation of new jobs. In this way, they create initiatives such as short-term higher education courses focused on a faster insertion into the labor market, 80, and massive open online courses, MOC, capable of teaching and training thousands of workers at the same time, complementing traditional educational methods to provide faster adaptation of education in the future, 81. As work will need less time to be performed due to automation, 79, workers will have more free time, which may be used to learn, rest, or work on a second job. Information becomes cheaper, in many cases free, brought by the expansion of knowledge through the internet, and this trend boosts the use of MOOCs by workers. Thus, we will see teachers becoming advisors, directing students through the knowledge freely available. 79. Education will be personalized, with tailored learning plans to fulfill the workers' needs, interests, and preferences, stimulating students to spend more time learning the skills related to their interests. 82. Besides, projects such as the Open Access Initiative will help the sharing of research, facilitating free access to knowledge. 83. MOOCs and other educational online environments have also the capability to train people looking for self-employment, either to supplement their monthly income or as the only existing employment option. New jobs will require highly skilled, knowledge-intensive workers. 84. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, skills play a key role in any country's economic success and require years of investment in education. 85. This higher demand for highly skilled workers will also affect low-skilled jobs, mainly those in services. 85. Fundamental skills such as literacy, numeracy, communication, and team working are required for most jobs. 85. 86. In addition, the worker of the future will need to learn the following skills: critical thinking and problem solving, cognitive skills, presentation and conflict resolution, interpersonal skills, and adaptability and self-development. Intrapersonal skills. 87. Jobs with a lower risk of automation rely on social and creative skills. 84. Therefore, the most important skills needed for these jobs are collaboration, self-regulation, knowledge construction, communication, real-world problem-solving, and the use of technology for learning. 88. During the COVID-19 pandemic, millions of students were unable to go to school and received general recommendations to use digital tools such as online study platforms. 89. 90. 91. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, we assess that as free information becomes more prevalent in society, we may see teachers replaced by MOOCs if people became more self-taught. From mid-March to mid-May 2020, Coursera, one of the most used MOOC platforms, saw a growth of 10 million new users, 92. Regarding the impact on schools in the USA, data 93 discusses several consequences of prolonged stay-at-home and school closures for children. Prolonged isolation from their grandparents, teachers, classmates, and friends is likely to cause sadness and stress. The unexpected transition to distance learning makes students struggle to learn the required knowledge for their respective grades, while schools face difficulties with the standardized COVID-19 test requirements. Schools also play an integral role in promoting healthy eating and maintaining an active and healthy lifestyle, which may lead to sedentary behaviors and, thus, increased rates of child obesity. Inequality is also an issue. Some students will have problems accessing the distance learning web modules, and children in need will lose access to school meals, facing starvation. Neal et al. 94 list other consequences: children losing access to school-based health care, increased injury risks due to self-care or inadequate care, higher risk of child abuse or violence, and even increased child labor and marriage rates. The World Bank produced a report on the impact of the pandemic on education financing. They projected declines in government revenue due to slower economic activity. On the other hand, countries are overspending their budgets on health and social protection. Such a combination will deteriorate the fiscal balances in most countries during 2020. Therefore, governments will tend to reprioritize their budgets, reducing the education budget, reducing the per capita education spending in almost all country income groups and regions, and impacting future education outcomes. Even in a scenario of economic growth for 2021, the education budget tends to stay stagnant or fall in most countries, 95. Social welfare. Technological progress will affect how we work. In healthcare, technology will increase the quality of diagnoses and improve people's quality of life. The population is proportionately aging 96, and as a result, people's productive ages will increase, raising the economically active population. Besides, a bigger population implies changing pension systems as well as workers who exceed the minimum/normal retirement age for a better pension. In general, eligibility rules for retiring are complex and the pension benefit varies according to the objectives of each government. In 2014, the normal age of the normal pension was 64.0 years, men, /63.1 years, women, assuming entry into the labor market at age 20, 97. The forecast for 2054 is a rise in the normal retirement age, with more countries raising the normal retirement age to above 65 years, while reducing the gender disparities in retirement age 97. Figure 4 shows a forecast that economic inequality tends to grow in the future, bringing negative consequences for the distribution of wealth, since previously accumulated wealth grows faster than production and wages. Thus, the current wealthy people tend to become the dominant rentiers over those who do not own properties, but only their work, 98. Figure 4. After-tax rate of return on capital versus growth rate at the world level until 2198. Full-size image. Gender equality influences the return on capital rate and the growth of income and output. An increase in women's participation in the economy results in more political power. If the trend toward increasing gender equality is sustained in the coming decades, a slower increase in economic inequality can be expected, 99. Gender equality has improved in the last 50 years, but several countries still fail to provide even fundamental rights to women, especially in North Africa and the Middle East. The gender gap has slowly reduced in the past decade. Health and education sub-indexes reached values close to 1 equality, while economic and political show much lower values. At the current rate, the gender gap will only be closed by the year 2100. Some researchers argue that growing inequality is a result of the exponential shift in technology. The new technology provides the economic reward for the winners of our modern economy, while the losers become increasingly expendable and less resourceful. 101. Racial inequality should be also considered. For example, Native Americans, Africans, and Latin Americans present a lower Human Development Index, IDH, than Asian and white Americans, 102. Sexual orientation is also a taboo subject in many countries, making it difficult to develop evidence-based policies. LGBTI rights are also necessary for an equal society. Anti-discrimination laws are necessary to make people more tolerant of the LGBTI community. For McGahey, 103, technology or computerization job losses, demographic changes, and rising costs of social benefits are challenges for social welfare states. Thus, social welfare states should offer new types of social benefits or build a new way out of this problem. McGahey suggests that there is a way for introducing Universal Basic Income, UBI, as a floor income, providing basic subsistence, complementing the existing welfare state policies, or, in some cases, substituting it. 103. Universal Basic Assets, UBA, sometimes considered an evolution of UBI, 104, is defined as a basic set of resources every person is entitled to have: housing, education, health, and financial security. The COVID-19 pandemic affected social welfare in several ways because it causes an economic crisis and global recession. Although each country tries to stimulate its economy, methods vary due to financial and political constraints. U.S. unemployment raised to its highest level since the Great Depression. Most households have insufficient savings to live through this type of adversity. Governments provided liquidity to the most vulnerable households through penalty-free withdrawals from retirement savings accounts and stimulus checks, among others. The consequences of such actions include large government debts, 105. Massive unemployment led many families with young children to become food insecure. Household food insecurity, HFI, increases the risk of chronic undernutrition and infectious diseases in children, maternal anemia, obesity, and type 2 diabetes, 106. According to Perez-Escamilla et al., 106, COVID-19 HFI will affect more vulnerable groups such as young children, pregnant, and lactating women. Many disadvantaged students lost their access to free school meals, 74. Half of them are in low and lower middle-income countries. Losing this meal also reduces the most vulnerable families' income, 106. Under such circumstances, children in some nations are at higher risk of child marriage and child labor, 74. COVID-19 related stockpiling and panic buying have also affected food security. The just-in-time supply chains are vulnerable to disruptions. This sudden rise in demand caused empty shelves and higher prices for some products. Poor availability of food in supermarkets forced households to access food from food banks that already suffering from the sudden increase in demand and reduced volunteer numbers. Some independent food banks achieved their breaking point, and others closed entirely, 107. According to Power et al., 107, the food aid system seems unable to face health and economic emergencies. simultaneously. According to Perez-Escamilla et al. 106, COVID-19 has shown how unprepared the world is to protect populations against hunger, food, nutrition, and health insecurity during global emergency situations. Economy. The current demographic changes will highly impact the economy in 2050. The first demographic change will be caused by world population growth, which will rise from the current 7.6 billion to about 10 billion people by 2050, 108. This worldwide increase in population is a challenge as it shows that hundreds of millions or a few billion jobs must be created, 108. A second demographic change that will impact economies is population aging. By 2050, the population of developing countries will still be younger than those of developed countries, 109. As the worker live longer, they must also have to work for a longer period to support their pension schemes. The extension of working years will also impact youth employment, as more experienced workers will dispute a few job opportunities with them. A third demographic change is an increase in urbanization. Besides the population growth, people in rural areas are migrating to medium and large cities. According to Schwetman, 108, 64% of the population of developing countries and 86% of the population of developed countries will be urbanized by 2050. This trend has mixed impacts, as urbanization may cause unplanned city growth, pollution-related health hazards, and unemployment. However, urbanization may reduce the costs of transport and education and create cultural diversity, 108. The 2050 economy will be based on knowledge-intensive work. Knowledge-intensive services now include business services such as finances, accounting and software, medical services, and engineering, 110. Knowledge-intensive careers have fewer jobs, mostly because they require very high skills and advanced degrees in the fields of science and engineering. Thus, the unskilled and less educated, which represent most of the population of many countries, are excluded from most of the opportunities in knowledge-intensive production, 110. Technology is only a factor to determine economic results such as growth, inequality, or employment. However, technology is the main driver of gross domestic product, GPD, growth per capita. Leading economies have access to similar technologies which resulted in different economic results throughout history, mostly because they have different policies and institutions, 111. According to the McKinsey Global Institute, 37, in the USA, 46% of the time spent on work activities is technically automatable, using the current technologies. They estimate that the current automation technologies could replace 50% of working hours on a global scale. Increasing computerization will affect almost every occupation, not limited to factory workers. This automation potential represents 1.2 billion workers, which wages about 14.6 trillion US dollars, 37. Rises in labor productivity usually translate into increased average wages, providing the opportunity for workers to reduce their working hours and increase the offer of goods and services, 111. Another important trend related to the economy is a phenomenon named rise of the rest, which describes the shift of the GDP from developed countries to developing countries. Nowadays, global economic activity is already shifting from the G7 to the G20, 109. 112. As a consequence, developing countries have a faster increase in their technology, capital, and people, 109. 112. Figure 5 presents the projected average GDP growth from 2016 to 2050. We highlight that COVID-19 and the recent Russian invasion of Ukraine, 113, 114 may cause an impact on these long-term GDP projections, especially for Russia. Figure 5. Projected average real GDP growth 2016 to 2050, 109. Full-size image. The COVID-19 pandemic produced a health and economic crisis with unprecedented scale and magnitude, producing an unforeseen combination of supply and demand shocks for the global economy that will affect it for a long time even after the coronavirus. Control policies. 71. Almost 90% of the world economy went under some sort of lockdown measures by mid-April, and an economic crisis unparalleled to none since the Great Depression has taken place. Blockades of national frontiers imposed by governments have paralyzed economic activities in general, laying off millions of workers worldwide and having a major impact on the world economy. Global GDP is forecast to decline by 3.2%, reaching a drop of 5% among developed countries, and production losses projected for 2020 and 2021, almost $8.5 trillion will eliminate almost all production gains of the previous 4 years, 53, 115, 116. Among developing countries, large fiscal deficits and high levels of public debt will pose significant challenges, particularly for economies dependent on commodities and tourism. The severity of the economic impact depends mainly on two factors: the duration of the restrictions, economy, circulation, and transport, and the size and effectiveness of fiscal responses to the crisis. 117. Households are strongly affected due to lockdown restrictions, causing job losses. This situation reflects in a decreased consumer power, being perceived as more accentuated in sectors such as tourism/hospitality and clothing. 72. The greatest concern on financial health at the family level is due to the uncertainty as to whether financial reserves will cope with an extended lockdown period. 117. For this reason, governments have introduced financial support programs for groups of people who are economically vulnerable to the effects of the pandemic. However, not all have established norms regarding credit scores, which also have an influence on consumption and the granting of future credit. 118. The global production chain was also impacted, mainly affected by the closure of countries' borders. This network of international economic relations proved to be highly dependent on a small number of countries, such as China, causing the absence of industrial inputs and unbalancing the trade balance of the countries under its influence. 117. The COVID-19 pandemic also impacts the financial sector. Risk management models built over the past few decades have not been able to guarantee global financial stability and contain the effects of this financial crisis. 119. Stock exchanges are experiencing a period of high volatility around the world, mainly in Asia. Investor uncertainty reflects the pandemic's effect on the economy. 120. The governmental response involves a set of strategic actions, learning lessons from this event to build resilience for possible future crises. At the household level, governmental actions include proposals for financial support for those who had income losses and for stimulating family cost savings to build emergency finance reserves. At the business level, governmental actions include preventing corporate bankruptcy and mass layoffs by identifying companies that are in the most critical stage to support loans and investments so that they can rebuild. At the local economy level, governmental actions include identifying interventions to improve business recovery after COVID-19 and prioritizing investment in critical economic sectors and businesses, based on the added value to the local community. 121. Stronger development cooperation, supporting efforts to contain the pandemic. and extending economic and financial assistance to countries most affected by the crisis will be of utmost importance to accelerate the recovery and put the world back on the path of sustainable development. 115. Likely scenario for work in 2050. In this section, we use the trends and trend scenarios presented in Section 3 to build a most likely scenario of how working will be in the year 2050. First, a short story of this scenario is told, followed by a discussion of the actions that the social actors, government, companies, and workers would take to lead us into this future. Working in 2050. The advancement of computerization will make some jobs obsolete while new ones will be created, as happened in previous industrial revolutions. The benefits generated by automation are important and induce widespread improvements in society as society has taken the right actions to guarantee that technology adoption does so, at least in most cases. Occupations that involve social and creative intelligence and/or advanced perception and manipulation tasks will be less affected by computerization due to the technology limitation to emulate these behaviors. Society will see a job shift from low-skill to knowledge-intensive occupations. Many people will face unemployment and companies will be stimulated by governments to help reduce the transition impact by training workers in new skills before completely automating their jobs. Those that cannot be helped by these measures will receive a basic income from the state. Communication will be globally improved due to the reduction of costs in Internet access in most countries. Better communication will further improve the integration between national and international markets, allowing more people to offer their services on the Internet. The COVID-19 pandemic and the measures adopted to contain it still have an impact on work because by 2050 employers will be aware that they may be forced to move their production to remote work at any time. Thus, we expect some jobs to have at least one remote day. Workers will not be associated with traditional trade unions as new forms of worker organization movements will be recognized by governments and employers. These organizations will show that new technologies can be used to innovate not only the way people work, but also how they defend their rights as workers. As populations age, the minimum retirement age will increase. This will not represent a big impact on companies as jobs become more knowledge-intensive, it will be increasingly easier and even profitable to keep senior workers in their jobs. Gender equality will increase, but even in 2050, many countries will still be far from the ideal equality between men and women. Another group that will see advancements in their rights, despite some resistance from far-right groups, will be the LGBTQA+, as more initiatives such as anti-discrimination laws are created. Racial discrimination will also reduce. The income distribution will be another factor for social inequality reduction. Several UBI and UBA trials will happen worldwide, but few societies are going to adopt these social welfare policies permanently. The world population will be close to 10 billion, and governments will face the challenge of creating jobs for hundreds of millions or, at least, providing means for their survival. As some countries will fail to do so, workers will either migrate or use the Internet to offer their services globally. Both developing and developed countries will see a reduction in their rural population as urbanization grows. In 2050, the economy will be more knowledge-intensive as low-skilled jobs are reduced and new ones, based on more creative and social activities, are created. Rises in labor productivity will provide increased average wages, allowing workers to reduce their working hours while the offer of goods and services is increased. The COVID-19 crisis will affect the global production chain in the long term. Many governments will consider the production of some fundamental industrial inputs as strategic, demanding local production by law, even with higher costs. This will reduce their dependence on other countries. Several countries will face large fiscal deficits and high levels of public debt, aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The severity of the economic impact will be related to how strongly each government acted to break the spreading of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Another effect to be seen is the increased migration in the search for better economic opportunities, which will lead to an increase in nationalist and far-right movements in Europe and the USA. Actions leading to the most likely scenario. In this section, we present a compilation of a set of actions that could be taken to make the most likely scenario come to fruition. Most of these actions are related to public policy and have been mapped during the different steps of the research. For the most likely scenario to become true, governments will have to make sure that technology meets not only the capital demands, but also the population's needs. As such, governments that promote regulatory policies to control the advancement of computerization, avoiding mass unemployment without stopping innovation, will perceive better results, both in economic growth and welfare. These regulatory policies include the ones aimed to protect vulnerable people, those with few resources and less educated, who must be prepared for this transformation. Governments will be able to respond to the job shift by investing in broader and better education and teaching new skills for the new occupations that will arise while providing the displaced workers with, at least, the minimum living conditions during this period of transition. 122. As companies perceive the consumer market reduction risk due to unemployment, they will promote reducing the working hours, thus maintaining a stable employment rate and allowing economic growth. This type of action benefits not only the consumer market, but can also relieve the pressure on the social safety net by reducing the unemployed. 123. More than 90 decades ago, Keynes made a famous prediction that the duration of the workweek would be of only 15 by the time his grandchildren came to age, but more modern predictions consider that a reduction limited to 20 to 40% of the workweek would be more realistic. 55. 123. In many countries, non-standard employment workers will have minimum rights granted through government regulation after a series of disputes with their employers. This will improve the quality of services provided and reduce the insecurity of workers in this category. Disputes surrounding the employment contract of platform workers are already a reality around the world with mixed results, and different proposals are already being put forward and can be expected to increase in the future to create at least some intermediary set of rights that place NSE workers in a situation of less insecurity than the current one. 67. By progressively increasing taxes for larger corporations and taxing great fortunes and heritages, the government will distribute wealth to the poorer sections of society, including the promotion of basic income efforts. Wealth distribution efforts would allow the reduction of poverty and the stabilization of inequality. The implementation of international tax cooperation could also help with the reduction of inequality between developed and developing countries with the payment of universal basic income as a way of transferring resources from the first group to the second. 124. This is certainly a challenge that can be seen as a stretch considering the current reality of global cooperation, but even if no international circulation of financial resources is not possible in the future, at least some cooperation in terms of knowledge regarding actions to deal with the negative consequences of technological change can be considered in the future. 124. Conclusion. Work has changed in the past, and it is continuously changing. Future studies are important to highlight which important changes must be made now to prevent future problems. Therefore, the future of work is a relevant subject for future study because we are currently going through the fourth industrial revolution, focused on robotics, AI, biotechnology, and nanotechnology. and a global pandemic, which are events that produce fast and profound changes to society and work. In this study, we analyzed the future of work on the horizon of 2050. We divided our scope into 5 groups: computerization/automation, employment, education, social welfare, and economy. As a result, we point out trend scenarios about the future of work with some conflicting trends. Therefore, we developed and integrated these trends into 3 scenarios of work in 2050: an optimistic/positive scenario, a pessimist/negative scenario, and a likely scenario, which were presented in detail. The likely scenario combined the trends which we consider the most probable future outcomes, including the impacts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Results show that computerization and automation continues to advance in industry and will reduce the demand for low-skill and low-wage jobs. Non-standard employment tends to be better regulated, with minimum worker rights granted. New technologies will allow a transition to a personalized education process. The workload to the workers will reduce due to this personalized education and computerization. Automation will impact all types of work, and workers will receive knowledge-intensive training to make them able to perform the fewer available jobs. The self-employment and entrepreneurship will grow in the global labor market. Society will demand more transparency and participation in political matters using new technologies. Population will age and legislations will be amended so that pensions have increased ages. Universal basic income would not reach its full potential, but income transfer programs will be implemented for the most vulnerable population. Knowledge-intensive work and services will become more advanced, and extreme poverty will decrease, but inequality will be slightly higher than it is nowadays. This study contributes to the understanding of the current situation of work and its current future trends. We contribute to the discussion of problems related to work to help decision makers to understand them and take efficient actions to mitigate them. Abstract. The impact of the implementation of artificial intelligence, AI, on workers' experiences remains underexamined. Although AI-enhanced processes can benefit workers, e.g., by assisting with exhausting or dangerous tasks, they can also elicit psychological harm, e.g., by causing job loss or degrading work quality. Given AI's uniqueness among other technologies, resulting from its expanding capabilities and capacity for autonomous learning, we propose a functional identity framework to examine AI's effects on people's work-related self-understandings and the social environment at work. We argue that the conditions for AI to either enhance or threaten workers' sense of identity derived from their work depends on how the technology is functionally deployed by complementing tasks, replacing tasks, and/or generating new tasks, and how it affects the social fabric of work. Also, how AI is implemented and the broader social validation context play a role. We conclude by outlining future research directions and potential application of the proposed framework to organizational practice. Imagine a loan consultant working in a large bank and proud of being responsible for complex loan decisions involving millions of euros. Then, over time, management replaces the previously human-only task of loan decision making with a faster, automated, more precise, but unintelligible algorithm. Now picture a surgeon operating with real-time artificial intelligence, AI, analysis of operative videos. This technique reduces the duration of surgery and improves patients' outcomes. Examples adapted from Hashimoto et al., 2018, Strich et al., 2021. In both cases, the workers experience dramatic changes to core work tasks that challenge their understandings of their work and themselves in relation to their work, their identities. Endicott, 2021. Identities offer a system of self-reference for attitudes and behaviors and define an individual's place in society. Tadgeful and Turner, 1986. Understanding how workers react to AI-related changes requires examining how self-understandings are affected. In this article, we develop an integrative functional identity framework to expand current understanding of AI's effects on workers and enable a constructive implementation of AI at work. This analysis is crucial given the rapid expansion of AI across business sectors, including healthcare, e.g., diagnostic scanning and analysis, operations and production management, e.g., resource optimization, retail, e.g., chatbots, defense and security, e.g., cybercrime detection, banking and finance, e.g., stock market predictions, and human resource management, e.g., recruitment and selection. AI implementation is often guided by business priorities such as enhanced efficiency, which have been criticized for placing too little importance on workers' identity processes when AI supplements work, as in the example of the surgeon, or takes away work, as in the example of the loan consultant. At the same time, AI can also generate new tasks and create new roles. These changes are situated in a currently largely polarized discourse about AI, spanning highly optimistic views about its benefits, e.g., freeing workers from laborious and repetitive tasks, to more catastrophic predictions of human unemployment. In this review of AI's impact on workers' identities and their subsequent attitudes and behaviors, we begin by outlining the technology's functionality. What is AI, and why is AI different? The term AI refers to a collection of interrelated technologies used to solve problems that would otherwise require human cognition. Walsh et al., 2019, page 2. Advancements in AI are attributed to wider data access and collection, big data, greater computational power, and enhanced modeling approaches, e.g., neural networks. AI represents a range of technologies using a variety of computational methods, particularly machine learning, which involves computerized learning processes inspired by human intelligence. Walsh et al., 2019. Through simple, e.g., decision trees, or more complex, e.g., artificial neural networks or deep learning, modeling methods, AI can analyze large data sets via learning processes that are supervised, i.e., learning guided by a human, or unsupervised, i.e., machine autonomous learning from the data. Walsh et al., 2019. Common methods that are often referred to as AI also include natural language processing, e.g., analysis and generation of text, and pattern recognition, e.g., identifying associations in datasets. Walsh et al., 2019. All forms of current AI fall into the category of narrow AI. This means the technology can undertake a domain-specific task, e.g., assessing resumes, but unlike humans, cannot translate its capabilities to new domains, e.g., driving a car after learning to assess resumes. Despite what the term narrow suggests, AI already outperforms humans in a range of functions through the speed, accuracy, and scale of its processing capabilities. Walsh et al., 2019, page 34. Debate remains regarding when and whether AI will achieve human equivalent or general intelligence. Nevertheless, there is widespread societal debate, often fearful, surrounding the rapid growth of AI and what that means for the future. This is reflected in, and largely influenced by, popular culture depictions of advancing technologies and debates regarding the future of work. Cave et al., 2018. Several aspects of AI differentiate it from prior technologies. The enhanced predictive and forecasting abilities of machine learning algorithms, particularly through unsupervised learning, extend AI's capabilities into tasks traditionally viewed as human cognitive work. As AI is trained on large data sets, the nature of these data, e.g., their uncertain representativeness across populations, and how they are accessed and secured also raises questions about increasing datafication of workplaces and the fairness of the outcomes that AI generates. Implementation of AI generates implications for workers' privacy and autonomy. The use of neural network models means AI's computations are often a black box, unknowable to AI designers and end users alike, which has implications for accountability and transparency when AI is used for decision-making. AI's objective technical capabilities also generate subjective perceptions of the technology. For example, perceptions of agency in AI processes, via its self-learning nature and autonomous deployment, can make it seem like a quasi-social actor that can act independently on behalf of a human. And this has implications for workers' self-understandings. Brun et al., 2020. Endicott, 2021. A functional identity framework for AI. Examination of AI's impact on workers should be grounded in its functional capacities and the way the technology affects specific work tasks. Brynjolfsson and Mitchell, 2017, Das et al., 2020. Functionally, AI can A. complement and support existing human work tasks, B. replace existing human work, and or C. create new human tasks and subsequently new work roles. Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2020. Brynjolfsson and Mitchell, 2017. Depending on the nature of the tasks involved, e.g., their structure, repetitiveness, and outcomes, but also economic and structural factors, different occupations will be differentially affected by AI-related changes. For example, occupations that rely more heavily on information technology tasks will be more highly exposed and exposed at an earlier time to effects of task substitution, task replacement, and new task generation, which will lead to more fundamental changes in occupational structure. Das et al., 2020. AI-related changes, supplementations, replacements, and new task generation may also happen simultaneously in different areas of an occupation. Brynjolfsson and Mitchell, 2017. Figure 1 illustrates how changes and challenges associated with AI implementation can be understood using this functional identity framework. The introduction, or anticipated introduction, of a non-human intelligent actor demands sense-making, which will affect how workers think about themselves and experience their work, generating opportunities for both work-related identity threat and work-related identity enhancement, with subsequent effects on well-being, behavior, and attitudes. To understand which responses are the most likely ones, it is important to ask the following questions. A. What are the functional work changes anticipated, and what challenges will arise from AI use in a specific work context? And B. How will these changes and challenges affect the enactment of important work-related identities, e.g., occupational, role, and organizational identities, their functions, e.g., belonging, self-esteem, and self-enhancement, and the social fabric of work, e.g., team composition and organizational status hierarchies? Furthermore, responses also depend on certain conditions. That is, the change process associated with AI implementation will shape employees' responses. Relevant factors include the number and type of tasks affected, the pace of change, and the social context of the implementation, both within and outside work. Open in Viewer Figure 1. A framework of functional task changes related to implementation of artificial intelligence, AI, the effects of these changes on work-related identity and individual, work-related, and societal outcomes. Functional task changes caused by AI can affect identity enactment, work-related identity functions, and/or the social fabric of work in various ways, which can lead to identity threat or enable identity expansion, depending on processes of implementation, but also the broader context of work. These identity change processes are embedded in a changing social context, which acts as a source of social validation and can support identity change. Work-related identities reflect who you are and what you do regarding work. They are informed by the social groups people feel part of and by enactment of certain behaviors that are prototypical for those groups, and they offer important social recognition for those behaviors. Ashforth and Shinoff, 2016. Nelson and Irwin, 2014. Work offers plenty of opportunities for social self-categorization in that people can see themselves as part of an occupation, an organization, or a work team. People act according to social group norms in their work and thereby gain social recognition. Furthermore, work-related identities fulfill multiple important identity functions. For example, they provide a sense of self-esteem and offer opportunities to experience meaning, a sense of belonging and competence. See Ashforth and Shinoff, 2016. In addition, work contexts, especially teams, colleagues, and supervisors, along with their respective organizations and occupational communities, can offer social validation to ingrain those work-related identities and ensure that they fulfill their functions. To make sense of dramatic AI-induced changes, workers will consider what these changes mean for their work-related identities, for their ability to meet identity functions, e.g., self-esteem, and for their enactment of identity-relevant behaviors through work. For this reason, consequences of AI-induced work changes depend on whether they generate threats or enhancements to identities and their functions. If identities and their functions are threatened, undermined, or lost, this not only is upsetting for the individual whose well-being is affected, but also will result in a variety of identity protection responses. Petrolieri, 2011. Conversely, if AI-induced change supports identity functions and brings people closer to their ideal work selves, people can restructure, adapt, and expand their work identity. Endicott, 2021. Theoretically, all of this will have consequences for the individual as well as for the individual's attitudes and behaviors toward AI, toward the changed workplace, and perhaps toward society at large. Craig et al., 2019. Nelson and Irwin, 2014. Petrolieri, 2011. Individuals may vary in their identity responses, and additional variation can result from the specific process by which AI is implemented, as noted earlier. Sensemaking is not a singular process, but rather happens in a social context that offers validation for new behaviors and new definitions of identity that will make identity changes stick or unstick. Ashforth and Shinoff, 2016. AI changes to key tasks can affect occupational boundaries and consequential team and organizational structures, thereby changing the social fabric of work. Craig et al., 2019. Moreover, the broader organizational, occupational, and societal context will matter for identity changes, as it provides a system of norms and expectations as reference points for sense-making. Endicott, 2021. In the following sections, we leverage this framework to examine potential identity consequences associated with three main workplace functions of AI. AI that complements and supports existing human tasks. AI offers new tools to complement and support existing work, such as through real-time monitoring or intervention in work environments, e.g., analyzing smartphone data to identify workplace hazards. Howard, 2019. Or providing and structuring informational inputs, e.g., improving scheduling. Endicott 2021. Workers using AI may need to acquire new skills, e.g., fluency in data analytics and evaluating data outputs, or unlearn old routines, as the demand for certain tasks in their jobs shifts. Lanzala et al., 2020. Any resulting changes in identity functions, e.g., self-esteem, belonging, in turn, may affect work-related identities. Ashforth and Shinoff, 2016. Task-related changes will also affect the social fabric of work. For example, some researchers propose that the usage of AI in psychiatry requires data management skills and reliance on close collaborations with software engineers, thereby redefining organizational hierarchies and what it means to be a competent medical professional. Brun et al., 2020. Interview studies indicate that imposed work changes in general are initially perceived as identity threats, but workers can gradually move toward acceptance if they manage to adapt to the changes and modify their identities. Chin and Ray. 2021. This outcome has been shown to depend on the manner in which AI is implemented, such as whether people have a voice in the implementation and whether there is a gradual experience of change. Another relevant factor is the availability of liminal or transitional, safe spaces that allow for new learning and competency gain, which can facilitate adaptation toward new work-related self-understandings, e.g., seeing oneself as an information specialist rather than a radiologist. Jha and Topol, 2016. Also, if AI improves people's ability to enact certain identity motives, e.g., to become better in their jobs and thereby gain self-enhancement, work-related identities can be extended, and working with AI can become a positive identity category. Endicott 2021. AI that replaces human tasks. AI-enhanced processes can also replace various cognitive and manual tasks previously done by humans, including a. arduous and repetitive tasks, e.g., pattern recognition, stock refilling, b. other routine tasks, e.g., scheduling, diagnostics, data search, and c. more highly skilled tasks associated with complex decision-making, e.g., AI-automated financial, legal, or policing decisions, customer service. Such replacement brings additional identity challenges over and above those presented by AI that complements current tasks. When AI replaces tasks, workers are no longer able to enact task-related professional self-understandings. This can disrupt a sense of self-continuity and possibly frustrate the satisfaction of other related identity functions that carrying out the replaced tasks previously served, e.g., gaining self-esteem, certainty, meaning. Endicott. 2021. However, if the replacement of certain tasks by AI enables workers to get closer to their aspired identities, e.g., because it removes an obstacle to accessing identity-relevant functions by ameliorating a high failure rate or social stigma, workers will find it easier to change their identities, and the replacement will be more readily accepted. Endicott, 2021. The replaced tasks may also reshape the organization of remaining work. For example, interacting with or being managed by a self-learning, unintelligible algorithmic process that acts in a quasi-human way may feel uncanny. Schaff-Heidel et al., 2020. Moreover, if decisions are perceived as being made without appropriate contextual information, or if they are perceived as incorrect or arbitrary, they may not be trusted. Reich and Krakowski, 2021, which can result in feelings of alienation or dehumanization. If the replacement of tasks is accompanied by the replacement of humans, this will also alter the social fabric of work, which, in turn, will affect how remaining workers can validate their existing work-related identities. Endicott. 2021. Workers who lose significant aspects of their jobs or their job roles will face the greatest identity challenge. How can they protect their self-esteem and achieve a sense of self-continuity and self-verification if the social self-categorizations enabling those functions no longer exist? AI that generates new human work tasks. Despite its opportunities for human replacement, the implementation of AI can also create new tasks and job roles. Various algorithmic occupations are emerging, focused on training AI, e.g., getting tasks ready for automatization, teaching the algorithm, explaining the changes to workers, e.g., convincing them to use algorithmic outputs, and sustaining the use of AI, e.g., considering its ongoing ethical implications. Wilson et al., 2017. More small-scale changes due to AI will also create new tasks for workers, which might demand new skills. These new tasks are likely to be met with a variety of reactions. For example, people have been found to mourn the loss of changed work, try to conserve existing professional identities, and avoid new tasks. Chin and Ray, 2021. However, if liminal spaces are created for people to engage in learning and in identity restructuring, then identity expansion and adjustment to the changes is more likely to happen. Identity conditionality. Whether functional changes lead to identity threat or enhancement will depend not only on how they affect workers' self-understanding and their ability to enact work-related identities and to enjoy their identity functions, but also on A. How AI-related task changes are implemented, e.g., the pace or pervasiveness of change, and B. The broader social validation context. The social groups people feel part of provide a system of norms and values that guide how they make sense of AI interventions at work and how they behave in regard to AI implementation. For example, workers who feel that a new AI tool runs against professional norms may report frustration and show resistance. Chin and Ray, 2021. Stritch et al., 2021. This sense-making will happen in a changed work context, as the functional task changes might recompose teams and organizational hierarchies by creating new roles and replacing old ones. The functional change may also shift the norms of what constitutes esteemed, desirable, and knowledgeable behavior in the eyes of other people. This change will foster identities that have been expanded and changed and threaten identities that are no longer adaptive. Also, the wider popular narrative surrounding AI technologies will be of influence. Currently, popular opinions on AI tend to fall into two camps: those that foretell doom, i.e., opinions that are overly skeptical and distrusting toward AI, versus those that foretell utopia, i.e., opinions that are overly excited and overly trusting toward AI. Reich and Krakowski, 2021. Both positions can be problematic. Craig et al., 2019, and whether workers are more likely to experience identity threat or identity expansion will depend on which position more closely resonates with them. Thus, organizational attempts at sense-making can be helpful in solidifying the expansion of new identities. Ashforth and Shinoff, 2016. Also, occupational communities for new or changed occupations can assist with collective sense-making and redefining professional roles that will enable gradual identity development. Chin and Ray, 2021. A way forward. Recommendations for future research and practice. Our framework shows the importance of identity for understanding workers' reactions toward AI implementation and the outcomes of such implementation. If AI-related changes modify or remove work that reflects valued components of people's identities or reduces the opportunity to enact these identities, AI implementation creates a greater risk of identity threat. Craig et al., 2019, Petrolieri, 2011. Conversely, if AI-related changes bring people closer to their ideal work selves or enable better job-related coping and positive self-definitions, then positive work-related identity change is more likely. Endicott, 2021. Although we have identified several factors that influence workers' reactions to AI implementation and the outcomes of such implementation, more research is needed to specify when, where, and by whom AI-related changes are assessed as irrelevant, supportive, or threatening for work-related identities and their functions. For example, workers who are entrenched in standard procedures are likely to experience threat after AI implementation, Nelson and Irwin, 2014, whereas those with a more playful frame of reference, e.g., high levels of openness to experience, are more likely to experience positive identity growth. Schneider and Sting, 2020. Research confirms that senior experts tend to experience greater identity threat from task replacement by AI than beginners do. Stritch et al., 2021. More research is also needed to examine how workers dynamically respond to AI-induced demands to adjust and recraft their identities by redefining what they do and who they are in relation to it. Stritch et al., 2021. As well as to investigate the consequences of AI implementation for workers' well-being, attitudes and behavior toward AI, and work-related outcomes, e.g., performance, commitment, engagement. Craig et al., 2019. Future research may also extend our framework to the team level to allow an examination of disruption and the process of recovery among teams during AI implementation. Our proposed framework also offers several practical recommendations for organizations. Best practices in AI implementation often focus on identifying salient stakeholders, such as workers, and their expectations and needs. Wright and Schultz, 2018. If workers' needs are to be taken seriously, and if identity threat is particularly likely to occur in situations of distrust, of black boxism in which algorithmic decisions appear to be unintelligible, and of replacement. Leaders should adopt approaches to AI implementation that identify, mitigate, and compensate for these issues. For example, research shows that employers can assist workers in forming new identities conducive to acceptance and mastery of AI by providing narratives that focus on sense-making and identity development, e.g., we are on the advanced side of technology and help reduce workers' fears or aversion to AI. Tong et al., 2021. Employers must also appropriately retool, retrain, and reskill workers. Brun et al., 2020, so that they can interact with AI in ways that get them closer to their ideal work selves. Endicott, 2021. Offering social validation and a safe liminal space to restructure and enact new identities can also help sustain these efforts. Chin and Ray, 2021. Organizational leaders also need to be mindful of social relationships at work and beyond, as these will shape how people see themselves and evaluate how AI may remove or reconfigure social connections. Endicott, 2021. As for the pace of AI implementation, identity research suggests that workers would benefit from paced replacement that is limited to particular tasks, ideally those not relevant to identity. Rather than radical changes that affect aspects central to the job, Ashforth and Shinoff, 2016. Replacement will be faster when new technology can simply be plugged in, and slower when new technology would demand a redesign of the work environment. Brynjolfsson and Mitchell, 2017. More research is needed to systematically compare workers' outcomes across different kinds of AI implementation. In conclusion, AI-related changes to work affect workers' understanding of work, of themselves in relation to work, and of their social environment. As the use and capabilities of AI expand, Workers, organizations, and broader society must manage these changes to enable workers to grow and develop towards satisfying and meaningful work selves. Summary. In conclusion, as industries transform under the influence of AI and automation, the workforce must adapt through continuous education and innovative policy frameworks. Understanding how these technologies affect worker identities, job structures, and social dynamics is key to preparing for the future. Through the concepts covered in this unit, you will be equipped to critically assess these changes and propose strategies for managing the transition to a more flexible, technology-driven workforce. As industries face the transformative effects of the fourth industrial revolution, powered by AI, robotics, and biotechnology, businesses must adapt to shifts in employment and skill requirements. Automation will reduce the need for many low-skill jobs, while increasing the demand for knowledge-based roles, creating a dynamic and evolving job market. This unit explores how employment trends, social welfare systems, and risk management strategies must evolve to meet the demands of a changing workforce. The role of education, lifelong learning, and the integration of sustainability into business practices will be critical in ensuring that companies and employees remain resilient and adaptable in this rapidly advancing era. Risk management plays a key role in uncertain times, preventing corporations from acting rashly and incorrectly, allowing them to become flexible and resilient. A global turbulence such as the COVID-19 pandemic has had a strong impact on individual companies and entire economic sectors, raising the question of whether a paradigm shift is necessary. In order to enable a new cycle of development that is much environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable. This environmental and socio-economic context of profound uncertainty forces organizations to consider more carefully the risk factors affecting their business continuity, as well as how these factors relate to sustainability issues. However, there is a gap in knowledge about how risk management systems relate to sustainability management systems and how both of them exert influence on business performance, especially from a theoretical point of view. The aim of the study is to address this gap by developing a new interpretative framework for the analysis of risk management strategies in organizations. This approach has been identified in economic hermeneutics as an innovative methodological tool to improve the knowledge of risk and design the most appropriate management strategies. The paper provides two main results. The first one is the construction of a theoretical model that relates risk management to sustainability management. The second one is an operational framework of multidimensional risk assessment useful for analysis at different levels: business, competitive scenario, and system. Finally, the model also makes it possible to carry out a sustainability assessment through risk evaluation in the perspective of the Sustainable Development Goals. Introduction. Interest in risk identification has existed since ancient times, stemming from the need to prevent events unfavorable to the well-being of humanity. Crockford, 1982. Since then, the development of risk management and related key functions has evolved over the years. Bielkiva, 2020. Nowadays, organizations carry out their activities within complex socio-economic scenarios in which it is essential to implement risk monitoring strategies. Business activity has always been characterized by an intrinsic link with risk. Osisek and Ledzianowski, 2020. Tawari and Shershaw, 2021. However, despite the importance of this link, risk within the company has long been a marginal factor in the conduct of business. This has resulted in the mere operational implementation of measures, often separate from each other, aimed at mitigating the effects of an unexpected event, primarily on a financial level. With this type of approach, the risk assessment is partial because it does not fully consider the effects that critical events may have on the organization as a whole, DeSmit and Botzen 2018. Social sciences, and especially anthropology, have provided the basis for overcoming this limited view of risk as they allowed to create the awareness that every stakeholder who is related to the organization has a different perception of risk. Bohom 2015. Consequently, it is necessary to adopt a holistic approach that includes each vision, also applying different assessment methods to achieve an integrated risk management strategy, Yoon et al. 2018. In social sciences, the concepts of risk and uncertainty refer to the possibility of unforeseeable events occurring, which can change the results of human activity in unexpected ways. According to the classic distinction between risk and uncertainty, Sakai 2019, a situation can be defined as risky when the probability of unexpected events occurring is known and objectively determinable. The risk is modified only because of a change in the objective parameters linked to the event or which depend on the environment or the economic system. The risk is contrasted with the uncertainty that arises when events cannot be classified with objective probabilities, but instead are linked to subjective probabilities in the form of degrees of belief of economic agents. Uncertainty, therefore, expresses the perception that they have of the changing structures of the economy, Rogova and Island 2019. Thus, in social sciences, the distinction between a risky and an uncertain event is controversial as it is a consequence of the different way of observing phenomena and the possibility to objectively predict, or not, that they may occur. Zinn 2009. Shou and Olney. 2020. In addition to day-to-day risk management, emergency situations such as COVID-19 represent moments of disruption without precedent in economic, social, environmental, and geopolitical order at a global level. Fakruddin et al. 2020. Yufua et al. 2021. The unforeseen crisis, which is prolonged over time, radically changes the operating scenario and the competitive environment of companies. Santibanez Gonzalez et al. 2019. Individuals and organizations need security measures to contrast and mitigate the effects of the permanent risk situation. The pandemic state has also shown how ecosystems can regenerate themselves, even briefly, if companies, organizations, institutions, and individuals are able to rethink themselves in a resilient, Didamo et al. 2020a and flexible way, Shukla et al. 2019, Sushil 2015. Several scholars have pointed out that the relationships between risk management strategies and sustainability management procedures, as well as how their interaction affects the performance of companies, have not yet been adequately investigated. Halikas et al. 2020, Shad et al. 2019, this calls for the design of new models of economic, social, and environmental management that will better leverage the concept of sustainability and sustainable development, bringing people back to the center of all strategic thinking. Therefore, this study seeks to fill the gaps highlighted in the literature, previewed above and discussed in the next section, by approaching the following research questions. RQ1. How can an organization integrate the technical operational attribute of a risk with the strategic corporate attribute? RQ2. Is it possible to design a sustainability-based risk management system and vice versa, a risk-based sustainability management system? RQ3. How can an organization convert a risk management system into a competitive lever for sustainable growth? This paper is structured as follows. After the introduction that introduces the synopsis of the study, the methodology section outlines how the research was carried out. The literature analysis then leads to the elaboration of a theoretical background aimed at defining the concept of risk and establishing its different types. The construction of a conceptual model follows, laying the foundation for the development of a multidimensional risk assessment framework that includes both the pillars of sustainability and the technological dimension. Finally, the results are discussed, and limitations and future lines of research are addressed. Methodological issue. Research aims. The aim of this research is to explore the relationships that exist between the sources of risks and the potential impacts they may have on business operations. In an organizational context, risk management systems provide for the direct involvement of a technical specialist for each category of risk, who is tasked with identifying, measuring, and mitigating its negative effect. In this way, risk management is dealt with primarily on a technical level, without fully considering the implications that the occurrence of critical situations can have on organizations. The ineffectiveness of this management process has been demonstrated by both the past financial crisis of 2008 and the more recent pandemic crisis of 2020. In both cases, there was a lack of convergence between the risk management system and corporate strategy due to the lack of involvement of top management in decision-making processes relating to risks, having delegated all risk assessment and mitigation strategies to technical experts in each area. In addition, the aforementioned crises have stimulated the attention of both public authorities and companies from the sphere of economic, financial risk towards trend topics linked to the environment, in particular climate change, and the social dimension. However, this new sensitivity towards the so-called emerging risks has been limited to including the new risk categories in the conventional risk management framework, failing to grasp the opportunity to integrate risk management and sustainability management systems into a single strategic tool for the growth of companies towards sustainable development. Research methodology. This study uses both analytical and empirical research methodologies in a hybrid approach, Arzun and Mooney, 1994. The analytical research initially relied on an inductive content analysis of the literature to identify variables and theoretical constructs necessary to build an explanatory conceptual model of the state of the art on the topic of risk management, Kylonen et al., 2018. Also, as part of the analytical research, the theorization of the concepts extracted from the literature allowed to design an explanatory and multidimensional matrix for sustainable risk management, employing abductive inference, Fay, 2018. The explanatory matrix then provided the baseline for building a sustainability-based risk assessment framework following a hermeneutic interpretive approach, Miller et al., 2018. It proved to be particularly suitable to apply a holistic view to risk management and to allow to quickly change the perspective of analysis, from parts to whole, from micro to macro, from past to future, in an iterative mechanism. Sedemver-Blundo et al., 2019a. Finally, the risk assessment framework has been empirically validated applying it to the specific case study, Ritter 2017, of an Italian company producing ceramic tiles in the porcelain stoneware type, Biasini et al., 2002, Condi et al., 2020. This allowed carrying out both a retrospective and a prospective analysis, drafting 3 scenarios, past, present, and future. Theoretical framework. We used a critical review method, Snyder 2019, to analyze and synthesize the literature, laying the foundation for the construction of a conceptual model adopting an interpretative approach, Hanafizita and Nick, 2020. Risk definition background. The origins of the term risk seem to be lost in time, and the existence of studies that account for its use throughout history is unknown. Luhmann, 1991. For Giddens, 1994. The notion of risk appears in European thought around the 19th century with the English word that used to be spelled in its French version, risque. For some time, French spelling continued to be used in conjunction with the new anglicized word risk, which began to be used in the field of insurance. Hansen, 1989, argues that in the scientific use of the term, risk is considered as a one-dimensional concept that refers to a numerical probability value, while in popular use it has many and more varied meanings. In the meantime, from an academic point of view, it has not been possible to establish a unitary definition of risk, and even less to develop a coherent theory of risk, Crovini 2019. While the risk literature provides several classifications of the term itself, two general orientations can be identified from academic study. On the one hand, positivist approaches, in line with the natural sciences that work with quantifiable data and facts, O'Donnell et al., 2013. On the other hand, there are interpretative, Organ and Stapleton, 2016, or hermeneutical, Christensen et al., 2013, approaches that focus on the more qualitative aspects of the concept. Thus, we propose that Proposition 1, P1. The concept of risk does not have a unified and shared definition, and, from the methodological point of view, both quantitative and qualitative approaches are used. Sociological concept of risk. In approaches relevant to sociology, the issue of risk is not raised as a purely technical issue that takes on the characteristics of social problems. The different sociological perspectives, in general, criticize the rationalist conception of risk and emphasize that there is a social construction of risk, Faraz et al., 2001. From a sociological perspective, different social groups develop different conceptions of the seriousness and acceptability of different risk situations, as well as of the preceding responses to each of these conditions. Such patterns are governed by the usual procedures of socialization and economic, political, and cultural factors rather than by the calculation of probabilities. Consequently, it is possible to state that there will be a differentiation between the perception of risk and the objective risk, Gordy 2016. Risk is intrinsically linked to a social or individual decision. The origin of the risk, and therefore of the subsequent changes triggered, no longer lies in an external or independent will. On the contrary, the responsibility for such a panorama is attributed to decisions taken and preferred choices. In line with some of the risk society approaches of the German sociologist Ulrich Beck, 2012, the question is not so much whether contemporary hazards are more or less serious than those of the past, but that today hazards are usually attributed to human actions and decisions, and are therefore given the form of risks. Risks then emerge as a result of socio-cultural procedures that serve certain social and political functions, with the origin and its social consequences being studied, along with its symbolic use, the way in which faults and responsibilities are attributed, the role of experts and knowledge in their management, their unequal distribution, associated conflicts, or their relationship with the processes of modernization and globalization. From the sociological point of view, risk is defined subjectively by the affected subjects. Therefore, there is an implicit element of cognition and individual perception. However, it is perfectly possible to obtain a certain consistency between the different definitions of individuals to such a degree that the norms and lifestyles and the effects of an event are similar, Lucchini. 2014, on the other hand, risk is not only understood in terms of damage to property, but also in terms of the discontinuity generated during daily life. In this sense, risk is viewed from the perspective of both individual well-being and the safety of family, friends, and community partners, McIntosh et al., 2016, Zwetzlet et al., 2017. In order to understand risk, Social scientists must therefore integrate the concepts of property damage and threats to living conditions. Thus, we propose that Proposition 2, P2, the sociological approach to risk considers both the objective rational evaluation and the emotional and subjective perception, highlighting the positive or negative correlations between risks and benefits of an individual or collective activity. Business concept of risk. Business risk is based on the probabilistic nature of the firm's activities and the relative situational uncertainty in which they are conducted. Seminet's 2019. These activities are constantly evolving and depend not only on circumstances that are often uncontrollable, including the environment, labor costs, raw material prices, technology, buyer behavior, competitors, regulatory and tax regime, but also on management choices. Hannibus. 2016. Therefore, business activity is necessarily accompanied by a level of uncertainty that defines the need to choose between different alternatives and to make decisions. It can be said that uncertainty dominates the whole life of the company in every phase, and that risk can therefore be considered a component of the company itself, since it considers the possibility that the company does not have a stable ability over time to remunerate its productive factors. Alcal. 2019. This risk is therefore to be understood as the inability of the company to meet its industrial costs with income. The knowledge and management of business risk therefore becomes necessary for the functioning of the company in order to try and protect and safeguard the entrepreneur, shareholders, and employees. Nowadays, companies are exposed to various risks that can affect their operations and can lead to a loss of customers and markets, reduced profits, machinery failures, or a lack of liquidity. For this reason, it is necessary to put in place a risk management plan, which is a set of activities, methodologies, and coordinated resources focused on identifying possible internal and external risks that may affect the company, in order to take the necessary measures and ensure its safety and integrity. Anderson, 2013. This process of planning, organizing, managing, and controlling a company's activities to minimize the effects of risk on capital and profits is often called enterprise risk management, ERM, Anton et al. 2020. Many scholars and practitioners have different views on risk classification systems and what types of risk to include or not in the ERM. These differences arise from the varied contribution that actors inside and outside the company make to the creation and evolution of the risk system over time. According to Duden et al., 2016, two main types of risks, internal and external ones, can be distinguished, as well as some key types that must be controlled and managed by the company's management team in order to avoid threats of loss or impediments to the achievement of business goals. Thus, we propose that Proposition 3, P3 business risk, is the set of possible negative effects, as well as potentially positive effects that occur in a company due to an unexpected event of a technological, economic, financial, asset, or reputation nature. Internal business risks. Internal risks are those business risks that depend on the management of the company itself, both at a general level and in each of its functions and departments. Kiradou, 2019. Among the types of internal business risks, we can find the following. Operational risks. Operational risk is the possibility of losses to a company due to human error, process failures, inadequate technology, and even the occurrence of unforeseen external events. This definition of risk includes legal risk, which is the risk arising from any defect in contracts entered by the institution, and penalties or compensation arising from damage to third parties. Nod and Chawesh. 2017. Systematic and reputation risks, as well as losses caused by changes in the political, economic, and social context, are excluded. Consequently, operational risk management, ORM, is associated with operational processes, their elements, and results, Aras et al. 2020. In addition, operational risk directly affects the company's assets, depending on the severity of the event. The human resources factor is focused on financial losses associated with human errors of workers, partners, or managers such as negligence, fraud, sabotage, theft, industrial espionage, or money laundering, labor disputes. Losses resulting from a lack of clear specifications for the employment of personnel or inadequate skills and/or training may also be included. Becker and Smith 2016. The internal processes factor identifies losses related to the inadequate design of structures and procedures within the company that could cause inefficiency and deficient performance, insufficient evaluation of contracts and operations, failure to meet deadlines and budgets, errors in transactions or accounting information. Blunden and Thirlwell. 2012. Internal financial risks. This category includes all business risks with a strong component of financial sources that can be controlled directly by the company. Credit risk can cause a series of internal financial problems, one of which is mainly the lack of liquidity and the possibility that credits may not be recoverable. Liquidity risk prevents the company from satisfying its obligations to third parties. For example, companies may extend customer credit lines or accumulate debts with suppliers. Bunia and Mukudi 2012. Marketing risks. They include all those risks that occur in the procurement of inputs and the sale of the finished product. The high percentage of dependence on a few customers and/or suppliers represents a risk factor. The loss of one of them due to a lack of quality, rise in price, service failure, or any other reason may result in a serious deterioration of profitability. Therefore, companies should aim at diversification of both suppliers and customers. Tkachenko et al. 2019. Occupational risks. They are defined as the hazards that exist in a specific occupation and professional activity, as well as in the environment or workplace, which can cause accidents or any type of accident that can lead to damage or health problems, both physical and psychological. Babbitt and Muraru. 2018. Risk factors are directly related to or dependent on the safety conditions that apply in the workplace, so occupational risks are often included among social risks enterprise-wide. Skoman et al. 2006. Strategic risks. They refer to the possibility that a company is outperformed by the competition in its capacity for innovation once it has consolidated its position in its sector. The maintenance and growth of profitability should be supported by continuous innovation of processes, products, and the business model in order to attract new customers and maintain high retention rates. Otherwise, companies may lag behind their competitors who continue to improve. Inuri 2013. Reputational risks. Businesses work hard to build a solid reputation that attracts customers and wins their trust. However, a dissatisfied customer, defective product, or lawsuit can threaten a company's image. It is therefore possible to consider reputational risk as the possibility of spreading negative information and stereotypes, whether or not they are true, about a company's activities, which may compromise its trust, social credibility, competitiveness, and reliability. The reputational risk can be considered a second-level risk since it is intricately linked to other risk factors. Businesses should use a reputation management strategy to constantly monitor and respond to stakeholders' opinions. Glickman 2014. Corporate reputation, understood as the set of complex relationships between corporations and stakeholders, is manifested in corporate social responsibility, CSR. This risk can be seen as an emerging reputational risk and not only internal to the company. The change in the stakeholders' scale of values, incorporating environmental concerns, conditions this hybrid character. In fact, if companies do not communicate their commitment to corporate social responsibility or do not do so in an adequate and carefully planned manner, they risk seeing their reputations seriously damaged, exposing themselves to criticism and public condemnation by stakeholders, Perez-Cornejo et al. 2019. Thus, we propose that Proposition 4, P4 internal business risks arise during the normal operations of the company, so they can be predicted with some reliability by management, mitigating their effects. External business risks. External risks are those events that occur without the direct control of the company because they come from the external environment, Belinskaja and Velikin 2015. However, like internal risks, they directly or indirectly influence or condition business operations and pose a threat to development. The firm cannot avoid these circumstances, but it can try to ensure that they affect it as little as possible when they occur. External financial risks. Market risk and trade credit risk are external financial risks. Market risk refers to changes in the value of an instrument or portfolio of financial instruments linked to unexpected changes in market conditions that affect the value of a company's assets and liabilities. It includes exchange rate risks arising from fluctuations in the prices of different currencies due to supply and demand on the international market and government decisions, and interest rate risk, which is a consequence of their own volatility. Trade credit risk, on the other hand, is due to a counterparty's failure to comply with payment obligations under the contract, Noor and Abdallah 2014. Economic risks. They refer to those changes within the economy that can have an impact on finances, the availability of capital, and obstacles to access competition. The economy is constantly changing and moves through economic cycles, whether it is in recession or expansion. It is above all the economic cycles in recession that can pose a major threat to the company. Some changes, such as lowering wholesale prices, can lead to increased profits, while others can slow down the growth of companies, such as rising interest rates, Atanisov and Nitschke 2017. This type of risk affects the stability that is created between costs and revenues and therefore has significant impact on the effects of the income produced by the firm. Therefore, it is a factor that needs to be analyzed very scrupulously as it affects the skills and responsibilities of top management and therefore has a significant impact on the performance of the business. Cooper and Jar. 2017. Compliance risks. Regardless of industry, companies must follow laws and regulations that restrict their activities, Isaias and Mahler 2015. Therefore, compliance refers to the risk of incurring judicial or administrative sanctions, significant financial losses, or damage to reputation as a result of violations of mandatory rules, law or regulations, or self-regulation, e.g., Articles of Association, Codes of Conduct, Codes of Self-Discipline, Nicholas and May. 2017, Shivani 2018. The management of compliance risks helps companies to promote their ethical values by improving relationships with customers, to protect administrators from possible personal liability, and to align employees' behavior. Tams and Gentile 2020. Technological risks. These are risks associated with technological innovation processes that are potentially disruptive and forever change the way things are done. Xu et al. 2020. The new technologies usually increase competitiveness by reducing costs, but a significant investment may not have the time to be amortized if new innovations follow one another quickly, making the technologies recently adopted obsolete. Burkle et al. 2019. In addition, the use of a cutting-edge technology can make the firm dependent on one or a few suppliers. Pellicelli et al. 2019. Finally, not keeping up with technology leads to a loss of competitiveness. Competitors who are more innovation-oriented will offer better products at a better price by taking advantage of the newer, more efficient, and cheaper technologies. Lee et al. 2016. Geopolitical risks. These are risks that arise from the political conditions in the country in which the company operates, Leitner 2016, and can be of two types, governmental and legal. The former includes all risks that are the result of actions implemented by local institutions, for example, a change in government or a change in trade policies, John and Lawton 2018. The latter includes acts outside the law, such as insurrection, civil war, or acts of terrorism or sabotage, Webb 2012. These risks produce legal or regulatory obstacles that may hinder a company's activities in a particular region. Thus, we propose that Proposition 5, P5 external business risks arise as a consequence of the general and competitive context in which the company operates and the ways in which it is forced to adapt to these conditions. Therefore, management cannot easily control them. Emerging risks. In addition to those described above, a new category of risks is taking hold, characterized by continuous evolution and a greater degree of uncertainty due to the lack of historical data that can describe them. Cantonet et al. 2019. These emerging risks derive from the most recent scientific, technological, socio-political, or regulatory changes that can create discontinuity in the life of companies. They can be considered new because they are risks that did not previously exist and are caused by new processes, technologies, or social and organizational changes, or by changes in social and public perception. Henney and Wenzel. 2020. They can also arise from a known problem if new scientific knowledge identifies the problem as a new risk. Thus, we propose that Proposition 6, P6 emerging risks occur under new or unknown conditions that have not been sufficiently investigated and quantified yet have a high potential for impact. Environmental risks. The term environmental risk refers to the negative consequences for the integrity of the ecosystem that can derive from business activities. These dangers can arise either from sudden and/or accidental events, accidental pollution, or from the progressive accumulation of toxic residues and/or polluting actions that can manifest themselves in a slow and progressive manner, gradual pollution. Zemian et al. 2016. Environmental risks now affect the competitiveness and profitability of companies, given the increasingly stringent regulations on the use and protection of natural resources. For some time now, economic science has been examining and studying them within the category of business risks. If optimized, they can become one of the main sources of return on capital and, therefore, a strategic area for the management of the company, for which tools and methodologies have already been developed according to a risk management approach. Huang and Lee, 2018. The environmental risk for a company refers to the danger associated with the cost due to the careless management of the environmental aspects of the productive activities carried out. They can be caused either by the direct responsibility of a company or factory, of its manager, or by the actual owner. In relation to incorrect or inefficient procedures in violation of an environmental standard or related to an omission or inertia of these subjects. Dragomer. 2019. Including environmental risk within the company's strategy represents a cost for the company, cost of investments, cost of technologies, cost of the change in the objective of the production process, cost of modernization, etc. Stansuvin et al. 2019. However, the environment can generate a competitive advantage in terms of business processes because, on the one hand, It eliminates waste and inefficiencies, reducing emissions or the cost of waste disposal. D'Adamo et al. 2019, Wang 2019, and on the other, environmental management within business strategies stimulates the innovative potential of managing directors, pushing them to make a series of investments that, without the pressure of the environmental variable, they would not have decided to make. Irvin et al. 2013, environmental risk management therefore refers to a complex social process that aims to reduce the uncertainty factors relating to the negative impacts that human activity can have on the territory and on society. Consequently, the management of this risk cannot be reduced to the idea of a single action, but must refer to a process through which an organization becomes aware of the risk it faces, to know it and analyze it. Kasyanov et al. 2018. On this basis, with a strategic approach, the options and priorities in terms of reducing environmental criticalities will have to be considered. The resources available to address them will have to be assessed. The implementing procedures will have to be defined and a decision will have to be taken to apply them. Therefore, corporate governance cannot ignore the management of the environmental risk associated with products, services, and processes. In a social scenario in which the orientation towards sustainable development and pollution prevention must become an opportunity constraint and also a distinctive competence of the company in communicating with all stakeholders, customers, shareholders, institutions, the community, the financial world, Halfaya and Musa. 2017. Thus, we propose that Proposition 7, P7 environmental risk concerns the implications for a company's competitiveness of environmental damage caused by its activities. These effects can be both negative, increased costs, and positive, increased efficiency. Supply chain risks. In general terms, a supply chain is the network that includes all the operators, organizations, resources, activities, and technologies involved in the creation and sale of a product. From the supplier to the delivery of the finished product to the end user, Tripathi and Gupta. 2019. The strength of a supply chain corresponds to the strength of its weakest link, as variability increases with the considerable number of processes that go to make it up. It is therefore necessary to identify potential breakpoints with action and prevention plans. Bevilacqua et al. 2018. There are at least two risk factors, the bullwhip effect and uncertainty. Mangla et al. 2014. The bullwhip effect, also known as the Forrester effect, Naeem et al. 2017, is the main cause of inefficiency within supply chains. It consists of an unpredictable and unjustified increase in demand found upstream in the supply chain. So, while consumer demand for a product tends to be stable and predictable, moving up the value chain the same demand is increasingly amplified and unstable. This risk is produced because the various actors of the supply chain use the data provided by the suppliers as an indicator of the level of demand, instead of relying on the final customer. Ma et al. 2019. The bullwhip effect is generated not only by the distortions of the demand, but also by the tendency of the single decision maker to optimize locally their own link, missing the opportunity to do likewise along the entire supply chain. Uncertainty, on the other hand, is the result of the natural time gap between supply and demand, accentuated by the lengthening and globalization of supply chains as well as the shortening of the product life cycle. This inability to match supply and demand generates, on the one hand, a loss of sales if supply in the supply chain is lower than demand and, on the other, obsolete or unsold products if it is not. Haynes et al. 2017. Both factors can generate known and unknown risks. Farabad and Varzanda 2018. Known risks arise from interactions between the actors in the chain and are also estimable and potentially predictable based on historical information. Risks that are unknown or lacking in historical information are due to unforeseen variations along the chain, erratic supply and demand behaviors, natural phenomena, or other types such as changes in geopolitical conditions. It is therefore clear that the complexity of the supply chains, in which the interconnections between the actors multiply, does not allow to evaluate the risks individually because a variation in one part of the system inevitably rebounds on the other parts, also causing business disruptions. To optimize the performance of a supply chain, it is consequently necessary to adopt an integrated and systemic approach with the aim of controlling risk exposure and reducing its negative impact on performance. Heckman et al. 2015. Thus, we propose that Proposition 8, P8 supply chain risk is an important part of running a business because it encompasses the procurement and distribution processes that together affect a company's operations. Reducing the risk of supply chain disruption requires a collaborative and proactive approach with all stakeholders. Cyber risks. Today's societies live on a constant path toward the digitization of information. Royackers et al. 2018. Companies have had to reorganize their processes to adapt to the spread of electronic devices for individual productivity, constantly connected to networks, as well as to the success of the Internet of Things and Industry 4.0 technologies that have transformed production processes in the manufacturing sector. Kleistik et al. 2020. All the advantages that this digital transformation brings, however, are associated with a series of threats that jeopardize the security of systems and compromise the privacy of information. Alani and Allegheny. 2019. In this digital environment, companies must analyze cyber risks and take measures to prevent them or mitigate their negative effects. Letzi et al. 2018. Cyber risk management seeks to ensure the integrity, confidentiality, and accessibility of the entirety of an organization's information technology data, a task that is particularly important to businesses. So much so that the most modern management approaches consider cybersecurity to be a necessary requirement to ensure the proper operation of all business processes. Ealing. 2020. For this reason, cybersecurity has become a cross-cutting issue that encompasses all the distinct functions of organizations. Barati 2017. These threats to enterprise IT assets are primarily related to human resources, natural events, or technical failures. A proper cyber risk identification process requires identifying all those informative assets that have some value to the organization, such as associating the relevant threats with the identified assets, determining the vulnerabilities that can be exploited by these threats, or identifying the impact that a loss of confidentiality, integrity, and availability could have on each asset. Kodabaksh et al. 2020. Assessing cyber risk is an extremely complex activity because the probability of occurrence and the possible negative consequences that such an event could entail are difficult to determine. Another critical factor for companies is the correct assessment of the damage resulting from an incident or an IT attack. There are few cases in which this assessment is feasible and objective. Amin 2019. Among these kinds of attacks, economic damage is more easily quantifiable, especially if the cyber attacks are frauds and extortions aimed at economic advantage, such as intrusions for espionage or interruption of services. In the age of social media, in addition to direct economic damage, image and reputational damage is also of great concern. A cyber attack or a loss of data constitutes damage that risks compromising the trust of consumers and creating harm beyond expectations. Dreyer et al. 2018. Finally, there is a third type of cyber risk, that of sanctions, linked to the regulations on data processing, which can impose extremely high monetary fines for administrative violations resulting from the violation of legal obligations. Zerling, 2017. Vulnerability to cyber risk is influenced by the level of digital culture of companies. Kelchevskaya et al. 2019. The risks are more widespread among companies with high technological content, but which do not operate in the IT sector. These companies, in fact, unlike low-tech companies, suffer attacks, but unlike IT companies, they have not yet developed an adequate defense capability. For this type of company, the probability that an attack will lead to business interruption is higher. Thus, we propose that Proposition 9, P9 cyber risk is defined as any risk of financial loss or reputational damage to an organization resulting from some type of failure of its information systems. Therefore, it is not just a technology risk, but it is really a risk to the business. Global health emergency risks or pandemic risks. Global epidemics and pandemics negatively impact the entire social, economic, and financial landscape. Chio et al. 2017. The two terms refer to the way in which an infectious disease spreads among the population. The difference, therefore, does not concern the severity of the disease, but its geographical spread. An epidemic is defined as a disease with a spread delimited in space and time, affecting several individuals far greater than would have been expected in that period and in that area. Green et al. 2002. When an epidemic is very widespread and spreads simultaneously in different countries and continents, it is known as a pandemic. Morans et al. 2009, as in the case of COVID-19. Pandemic risk was already considered one of the main threats to businesses before COVID-19. In fact, in 2007, the World Economic Forum, WF, began to consider pandemic risk and the massive spread of infectious diseases as emerging risks in terms of impact. In the annual publications of the Global Risk Report from 2007 to 2020, the WF has always placed this type of risk among the top 10 in terms of impact. WF 2020. Global health risks have the potential to influence the activities of individuals, businesses, nations, and societies through their negative effects, highlighting the vulnerabilities of globalized economies and health systems affecting business operations. Supply chain continuity and consumer behavior. Viscusi. 2020. The spread of the COVID-19 pandemic during the year 2020 demonstrated the inadequacy of traditional risk models that had been refined since the global financial crisis of 2008 to 2012. Predictive models based on the analysis of historical data were insufficient to handle the unprecedented effects of the pandemic, with the sudden disruption of global supply chains and the sudden closure of cities and businesses. Obranovic et al. 2020. In view of this, in terms of preventing and protecting the health of individuals and the economy, the greatest safeguards and solutions to implement them must be provided by governments and regulatory authorities. Ansel et al. 2020. With this in mind, preparing as best as possible for pandemic risk means investing resources and time in researching institutional framework, logistics, and healthcare solutions. Pons et al. 2020. These investments are borne by present generations, but their fruits are likely to be reaped by future generations. Pandemic risk can have far-reaching implications on companies, from employee health to business interruption, multiplying the likelihood of other economic/financial, social, environmental, and health risks occurring simultaneously. For that reason, companies need to understand how events can impact their processes and how it is imperative to respond quickly, improving their resilience. Fidel et al. 2020. To do this, it is necessary for companies to analyze their strategic and operational risks from a new perspective, including those categories of social, health, and environmental risks, which traditional risk management approaches classify as medium-level risks, with a low probability of occurrence, but remarkably high impact. Health risk requires a different methodological approach to traditional models, Condell et al. 2020. In fact, if we perform a risk analysis evaluating people as we traditionally do in the business world, we will consider the set of individuals as a single asset, to which we would associate average indicators to quantify threats and vulnerability, age, virus exposure, previous pathologies, habits, etc. If we consider the population as an individual element, we associate all threats and vulnerabilities to society, as well as impacts and probabilities, Asante Dua 2017. Therefore, with this approach, we make a general estimate that only allows us to verify whether a risk exists, but without correctly identifying the groups most at risk and how best to use mitigation measures to help them. Not all people are equally vulnerable, and not all social situations and operating environments are equally likely to spread infection, but distinct factors are combined. Amin et al. 2019. For this reason, even in businesses, health risk management and protection measures cannot be the same for different cases. The risk must be assessed in detail based on available information in order to ascertain where and how to implement measures. Finally, actions aimed at preventing the risk of new pandemics are also part of actions to combat climate change. Several studies affirm that there is a connection between climate change and pandemics. Donati 2020, Mishra et al. 2020, Phillips et al. 2020, Piacentini et al. 2020, Taylor 2020. For example, by increasing the probability of pathogen hopping between animal species up to humans, Watts et al. 2020. Specularly, the impact of a global pandemic and the temporary reduction in pollution associated with the contraction of economic activities can overshadow the perception of environmental risk. In addition, nations engaged in repairing the economic and social damage of the pandemic may no longer have sufficient economic resources to address the substantial investments and costs necessary to meet the environmental challenge. Leofilio et al. 2020. Thus, we propose that Proposition 10, P10 the global health emergency risks represent extreme health events that trigger at great speed the occurrence of other operational, economic, environmental, and social risks. Such complexity requires a holistic view of the interconnectedness of natural and anthropogenic systems and the effects of their interaction. Building a conceptual model. At the conclusion of the literature review, in order to provide an integrated overview, the theoretical concepts that arose from the processing are schematized in Table 1, where the conceptual variables and the propositions that link them together are summarized. Understanding the intersection of technological innovation, workforce changes, and risk management is essential for businesses to thrive in uncertain times. Adopting integrated strategies that align risk management with sustainability enables companies to drive both financial success and social value. The rise of flexible work models and the need for continuous education emphasize the importance of preparing for future employment trends. Ultimately, embracing adaptability and a holistic approach to sustainability and risk ensures businesses are well-positioned to lead in the evolving global economy.